Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 250 miles above your imagination from the International Fake Station. Myself and my good friend and handler, Something Wong from the Chinese Communist Party, here to make sure that we are doing everything correctly and brainwashing you to think for yourself. All right. So we're going to do part 2 tonight. We got a little bit derailed yesterday, but we still got through 47 minutes, which was good. We're going to stay away from the derailments here tonight. Okay, so have no fear. Although it was entertaining, it kind of obfuscated from the point of this debate. I just got done watching over at Jaronism. He was having a show going on here today with Ruhif. That was interesting. I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I had it going on my phone here, and there was some other shit going on, so I was trying to pay as much attention. I got there toward the last bit there where he was talking about the water and the earth being negatively charged and verification of that against what FTFE actually had said. Again, more, yeah. This guy just wants to keep saying the same thing over and over. And in this video that Jaron was showing, the guy was even talking about that how the people they were teaching this in Russia, for instance, and people in the UK and the US and shit are not. They're being lied to. And they've made some advancements. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. Tonight, we're going to look at part 2 of this modern day debate. Link is in the description. And I'll give a shout out here to everybody in just 1 minute here as soon as I get kind of everything set the way we want it. We made it to 47 minutes. So we're going to try to go ahead a little further here. I thought it was rather a pretty good debate myself. I enjoyed watching it. Once again, Craig has been like one of the, playing chess with a pigeon. He kicks over all the pieces, shits on the board, and then struts around like he won or something. But no, people are starting to see through his nonsense. Hopefully. I sure have. But anyway, I'm going to give a shout out. Let's see who we got out here. We got Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. I see Chicago Cubby Bear, Clay ET. Welcome. Witsit said that you were a crackpot on Earth Awakenings. Who said that? Witsit said I was a crackpot on Earth Awakenings. Well, okay. Witsit's entire. If he did indeed say that, he's entitled to his opinion. However, I would actually have to see that. Let me see who else we got. Thrash List Smith is in here tonight. Chicago Cubby Bear. Joey Poyle is with us too. Let's see. Saddlebum. David Young. Something White. No, that's the other half of the family. They don't get along. It's just Chinese culture. It's that yin yang thing that they got going on. Let's see. Boston Guy 51. Let's see, Metal Pancakes with us, and let's see, Post Anything 3. So let's go ahead and with no further ado, we'll get on with this thing. Let me bring it up. I'll share the screen here. There we go. And we'll see what's happening.
No, because there is no conclusive flat earth argument. I've heard many.
So you don't know. Well done.
Let's go back.
Give me a specific.
Good. That gives us opportunity to do something. So that was at. Yeah, let me back it up just a skosh.
That he is right. It's just all flat earthers do. Everyone that knows physics knows that I'm right. Simple as that.
Would you be able to steel man the flat earth argument for why we have pressure gradients?
No, because there is no conclusive flat earth argument. I've heard many.
So you don't know. Well done.
Give me a specific model and I'll steel man it.
Flat earth contained model. Why we have pressure gradients.
There's
I've
many
said it multiple times in the stream.
Yeah, but there's many different versions. So
biblical. Go to the biblical cosmology. How's that?
I don't care about biblical cosmology. I care
that's
about
the flat earth model.
It's not, according to most flat earthers.
Okay,
so
respond here.
I will attempt to steelman at least one position, which is a position I've been told many times, right? And that steelman is that gases are produced at sea level, therefore there is more gas down here and less up there. Is that correct?
Avogadro's law. Well done.
Right. Okay. I can debunk that because there is no extra production of gases.
No one says there's extra production, so that's a straw man. Well done.
But if there's no production, there's just an exchange. The amount of gases that there are never changes. That's
not change. They do fluctuate. They do fluctuate all the time, and they are produced by exchanging. For instance, I take in oxygen and I produce carbon dioxide. We got the little Swiss Miss girl that looked with the fetal alcohol syndrome face running around. How dare you? Because cows are producing methane. What, Craig? How could that be? But how are they producing methane? They're taking something in. It's like my analogy with the Lego box, okay? So before the time where they had Lego kits, right? You just went and bought a box of freaking Legos, and there was just different types of Legos in there, and that was it. Those were all you had. So if you can imagine you had this big box of Legos like that, and you create this whatever you want out of it, a little world, and you realize that in order to make anything else or create anything, you're going to have to sacrifice some of the blocks from that which already exists in order to create it. So even though they're the same blocks, kind of, you're building them into taking the blocks that make up grass and you're using it to make up a cow. Okay. So you have to sacrifice one for the other. This is just how it works, man. This is just how as far as gases are concerned, we're constantly exchanging different minerals that are decaying and things produce gases. decomposition of plants and animals that are producing gases. I mean, come on, bro. You can't literally say that they're not produced. They are
Drive a car. You drive a car, Craig.
reproduced.
I was in the middle. That's that 32,
I
is
thought
it?
you're finished. I thought you're finished. You drive a car,
No, I
Craig.
was doing this as though I was about to say something else, and in the middle of my sentence,
Before we
Boom.
get down to meta debate, just carry on there and finish your thought.
Because he was doing this, which how am I supposed to know that means you're still talking and not just more of your autistic twitching? That's all. I'm just curious.
So good.
I forget my thought because he interrupted me. Right. So yeah, the layers of the atmosphere are it is gradiated. There is pressure gradient. If there was a production of gases and gas expanded equally in all directions all of the time, that would necessitate there being an upward rushing of gas to the areas of lower pressure. Unless there is something stopping the high pressure moving to the low pressure areas. That is according to physics.
But wait, according to your gravity pulling on air, shouldn't we also see a downward push of air, a downward wind, have you a measurable pushing down and not a pushing in? I don't know. Seems that way. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Well, he got a big old dick in the middle.
In physics, in reality, right, what we see, if we open a container in a vacuum chamber, like you showed, the gas will rush into that vacuum chamber because the high pressure went to the low pressure area. But in reality, in the atmosphere, we do not see the high pressure rushing to the low pressure. The reason we do not see the high pressure rushing to the low pressure is because of a downward acceleration created by gravity. Simple as that.
Okay, I just have to point out, you fail to show any gas law that shows gravity pulls it down. Secondly, that's a straw man saying gas will be upward wind when you are literally claiming gas go down, go boom, boom. So in other words, if we stick something in a vacuum chamber and
Recordings just got better.
Dana.
Hey, it's Dana from
I knew it.
StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce
remove the gas, then object in the vacuum chamber should now get lighter because you don't have gas pushing down on it anymore. The fact that it gets heavier is because the air around it is pushing from all directions, Craig. This debunks your claim that gravity makes gas go down.
Again, you didn't address the fact that there is not high pressure moving to low pressure.
Okay,
right?
I can do that.
What is stopping the high pressure moving to low pressure?
There is. It's called a storm, Craig. Do you know what a storm is?
So let's just talk about the atmospheric gradient. Don't change the subject.
A
The
storm.
33. Yeah. So the atmospheric gradient is at sea level. There is 14.7 psi.
Yeah.
As you raise up, it decreases in altitude. What is stopping the high pressure at sea level anywhere in the world at any time rushing upwards to the lower pressure? What is stopping that happening?
Multiple variables. How gas pressure describes it. It's got multiple variables. Pressure changes, temperature changes, volume changes, the amount of gas. Not a difficult thing to understand if you understand the whole Earth is in a container, Craig. So the pressure gradient is in a container. Do you know what dynamic means?
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. What is stopping, physically stopping the high pressure moving to the low pressure? Why is there not high pressure moving to low pressure?
There is.
We live in a dynamic system.
The dynamic system doesn't change the fact that the air pressure has a gradient everywhere in the world. That just because we have a dynamic system, it doesn't stop it. And a dynamic system would change, if it's just due to the dynamic system, then that air pressure gradient wouldn't be constant all of the time. They have not answered the question why there is not the high pressure rushing to low pressure. There has to be something physically stopping it. Please tell me what it is.
I want to point out that it's constantly in fluctuation too, even though it's very minutely in different areas. And in some areas, it goes up drastically. There's a little thing I've got on my thermometer that records how many millibars of pressure change have happened in the last like 5 hours. And it'll show on a little graph. Okay. Millibars are a smaller measurement of pressure change. Okay. And this happens with increase of humidity, that kind of thing. Like that's what you feel. All right. So this 14.7 is a freaking average. Okay. It's not a constant. These idiots take some number they read and they take that shit as a constant and they don't realize that it's a fucking average. And then they want to talk about this gradient as though it's like some kind of a fucking layer cake or some shit. It's not, man. This is why we have weather in the first fucking place.
We live in a dynamic system.
That's not an answer to my...
Where is the highest concentration of gases?
At sea level. So why is that high pressure?
Okay. Do you know what Boltz? Do you know what I'm still talking? Do you know what Boltzmann constant? I'm still giving my point, Craig.
I was saying something and you interrupted.
I'm still giving my point. I didn't stop talking. I was still talking,
Okay,
making my
we'll let
point.
you make your point there, Flat. So let's try to carry on.
I was in the middle.
I'm going to start from the beginning, just like Craig. I'm going to start from the beginning because he rudely interrupted me.
Let's be clear, you interrupted me.
So, and he's still interrupting me. Okay, Craig.
Interrupted me.
All right, just,
and again,
let's let Flatzoid carry on here. Just if you can hold your thought, we will come full circle. Don't worry, I'm not going to put a stop to it, but we'll have to let him carry on just for the sake of the discussion.
It's fine.
Okay, but I must say I'm having fun. Thanks. Okay, we live in a dynamic system, Craig. The concentration of gases is at ground level. Okay, things actually change how a gas behaves based on temperature, pressure, and volume. Now I'm asking you, based on this, do you know what Boltzmann's constant is?
Yes, please tell us what it is.
Again, just like I've asked at the time, I'm asking him a question. He refuses to answer me.
No, you actually, your question was, do I know what it is? My answer is yes. And then my question to you is...
And that follows up to answer. If you know what it is, please explain it to the audience. How's that?
I asked you first. Please tell us.
I asked you.
Right. No, you didn't.
Right.
Just asked if I know what it is.
I think there's going to be a theme going forward. So yeah, I think we've already been on this hill a few times. So Flatzoid, if you want to go ahead, I think we'll.
Okay, I'm going to close the statement. Yeah,
Can
I do a closing statement on the subject, and then we can move to our horizon? Then
go for it.
Is that fine? Okay. Okay. Based on Craig being a total girly girl that can't actually debate properly. Gas pressure requires containment. This is substantiated by every single gas law in existence. Gravity not having any direction on gas. Gas has behavior. And as he said, he conceded himself, he cannot demonstrate it because you need containment to demonstrate the thing he says does not need containment. So that's my statement based on gas pressure. And that's why gravity cannot do anything, even given a force. So therefore, it cannot be a globe.
Okay. Any thoughts before we move on?
Yeah. Good job on once again strawmanning everything about physics and the globe.
All right. Listen to how much information actually comes out of Craig, as opposed to ad hominems and you interrupt and you do this and blah, blah, blah. And you don't know things and I do. Listen to this. Fucking guy make you want to puke.
He failed to answer the question, why is the high pressure not moving to low pressure? Just saying we have a dynamic system doesn't change the fact that there is a constant gradient. If it was just due to a dynamic system, there wouldn't be a constant gradient.
It's not constant, Craig. It fluctuates. Although it goes from a higher to a lower, this is due to fluctuations in temperature and other variables, man. We've shown what the fucking denser gases do, even mixed with the lighter gases. We apply heat to it and we can see, boy, those fucking less dense gases just fly around. The heavier, more dense gases don't, right? But they still aren't affected. Their direction of collision and their direction of travel is only affected by a collision, either with the container or one of the other particles. That's all. That's all. This is the most ridiculous shit this guy says, man. Talking about this constant. Dude, nothing, man. You treat all these goddamn variables as constants. Your gravitational constant is an average, man. Stop it.
That stays the same regardless of where you are in the world. Gravity is an empirical fact that's measured. The fact that we have a gradient is a result of gravity acting on the atmosphere. What Flatzoid has done is simply affirming the consequent. Gravity needs a container, atmospheric pressure needs a container, therefore there is a container. That is literally affirming the consequent. And anyway, gravity is a container, the universe is a container. What's your obsession with containers?
Okay, if you want to answer that and then move into
Okay, yeah, then we can move on.
Horizon.
It was rhetorical. He doesn't need to.
No, I'll answer. It's fine.
You don't need to answer a rhetorical question.
No, I do. Remember I asked you for demonstration how you can have gas pressure out containment? And you haven't been able to demonstrate it? So in other words, every gas law in existence validates my claim. Your claim is you don't need it and you can't demonstrate it. So you are begging the question and affirming the consequent. Well done.
I didn't affirm the consequent of anything because I haven't included my conclusion in the thing that I was saying.
Yes, you did.
Good.
You said
Oh,
gravity pulls.
Yeah, he did. He claimed that gravity causes this constant of a fucking pressure gradient, but he's not proven any of that yet. I mean, you'd have to have absolutely some proof of it, not just saying, there it is. I think gravity causes it, and therefore that's what causes it.
Gas down. No containment needed.
Well done. Good job.
Affirming the consequent.
Fantastic.
Anyway, can we move into the horizon now? Because that's also something I find that Craig doesn't know what it is.
I mean, I definitely know, and everyone who has brain cells knows that I know. What you're going to do is strawman the globe position on the horizon and refraction, and pretend that the horizon is not a thing that it is, and just say a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense in physics. I know exactly how this is going to go. It's fine. Yeah, please tell me how the horizon disproves the globe.
Wow, that was a whole lot of fucking wasted air. Jesus Christ, this guy, what is he doing? He's just he doesn't have anything other than that. That's his thing. And the idiots that watch him, the idiots that watch this clown are the same idiots that sit and watch Jerry Springer shows, right? Judge Judy, that shit. They're not really in it for the content. They just like seeing somebody being a fucking dick to somebody. That's all. Because that's all he's got. You know, well, here's my facts, Craig, blah, 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 blah. He says, oh, yes, well, you're a dick. And in fact, you're so much of a dick that you sweat and blah, 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 blah. And you're a fucking dick. There. Next question. You know, like, you didn't even say anything, dude. You just fucking blithered on like a little hurt girl.
Simple. It's an optical illusional effect. It's an apparent position where the sky meets the ground. It's not physically meeting the ground, and we can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces with many variables, and you guys need it to be physical. Oh, and we see too far.
Yeah, the horizon is a physical thing. That's why we can see it. What we see specifically at the time depends on atmospheric refraction. But let's be clear. The light has to bounce off of something to come to our eyes to be able to see it.
Do you want to know why I'd rather become a...
We don't. We don't want to know anything about you.
Make more.
That means there has to be a physical thing for the light to bounce off of for us to see it. We see a horizon. Therefore, the light is bouncing off of the horizon and coming to our eyes.
Not exactly.
So here's the thing. Here's a good way. All right, all you'd have to do, you have somebody out there, right? And you have it calculated how far they go. There they are at the horizon. The dude's at the horizon now. I see the boat is right at the horizon. Stop. How far is that? Mark that. 3 miles? Okay. I'm going to climb this ladder up here. Hey, wait a second. Just a second. The horizon's in front of you. Keep going. Keep on going. Go a little further. Okay, now stop. There you are. Now you see what I'm saying? If that horizon is physical, it would still be fucking physical. You can't see around a goddamn curve. And a curve would be apparent if you're seeing if you think you're seeing the fucking actual physical horizon, the horizon is an optical effect. It's due to your field of view. That's it.
Too far simply ignores refractive variables.
Not exactly, Craig. Okay, I'm going to first tell you. Will you be able to define horizon for us? And secondly, I have to correct you. Light gets bounced off physical water or the ground, not the horizon. The horizon is an apparent position, right? So would you please be able to bring the definition up for horizon as you claimed it's physical?
Yes, the definition of bounding, in fact, the etymology of the word is bounding circle. It comes from the Greek word literally meaning bounding circle.
Yeah.
Nope. It comes from the word horizontal. Horizontal comes from the word horizon.
No, it does not. The literal word horizon comes from a Greek word meaning bounding circle. That literally.
Can you please bring the definition up for everybody with horizon, please?
38.
Can you bring?
Yeah, all right, anyone can go and look it up themselves. Just go and anyone right now, go and Google.
No, I want you to do it, please.
Go to
I don't need to, because anyone that
anyone that watches, go to Google. Anyone can use Google and Wikipedia, which we found factually fucking wrong on several occasions. So there's a good resource.
Can do this themselves and see that we are wrong. In fact, this is what I would like everybody watching on my channel, on Modern Day Debates channel, the 7 people watching on Flat Side's channel. I would like all of you to Google
7, oh shame.
Meaning of horizon and bounding circle, and see what you find out about the etymology of the word horizon and where it came from, because you will find it is derived from a Greek word meaning bounding circle. And
I think Flatsoid said he was willing to screen share. We do have to.
Yeah, I'm going to.
There. Sorry about that.
I want to, but I first want him to bring the definition up. While he's doing that, I'm getting something on screen near my side.
I thought you were going to bring up the.
But I want to bring up something. But can he quickly just do us a favor and show us the definition on screen, please? I think that's a fair thing to ask. Agreed, Ryan? Because he made a claim it's physical.
I mean, I can't force him to do it. I can ask if you want to take the time.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I'll listen to you.
Fine. I mean, if he really wants me to embarrass him live, I don't mind. Okay. Let me just put that up for you.
If that were the case, he would have already done it. Okay. Craig's sitting there trying to act like, oh, well, if you really want me to embarrass you, like if it was embarrassing, you would have pulled it up on the fucking thing because you're a dick, Craig. So sorry, babe.
Guys, so you can see it as well. Do you need to see my VMix video?
Spoiler, I did look it up, but it's not up to me.
All right, horizon, noun. Oxygen from Old French, Modern French horizon, earlier from Latin horizontium, from Greek.
Horizontal.
I'm in the middle of, do you have impulse control issues? Can you not let me finish what I'm doing?
Sorry, I'm just pointing out it's horizontal.
Well, except it doesn't say that what I'm reading here. So if you just be quiet and listen to the things that I'm pointing out, then that would be wonderful. Lovely. So horizon, and this bit specifically from the Greek horizon. I'm not sure this is the correct pronunciation or not, but kaiklos, which means bounding circle. From horizon, bound limit, divide, separate. From horos, boundary, landmark. So the etymology of the word horizon literally comes from the Greek word kalixos, meaning bounding circle. There we go.
So not physical then. Where you said it says physical. You know what bound
Yes,
means?
that means a circle around you.
Yeah.
that
So
is-
if I got a
if there is
field of
circle
view,
around you, physical.
so if I got a field of view, is that physical?
You're seeing a physical boundary around you. That's all you can see. Yes.
No. You see physical ground. Okay.
Yeah.
Is the sky physical, Craig?
No one said the sky is physical.
Well,
The
that's what the horizon is. The
Well, no, the
sky and the
horizon-
ground appearing to meet.
Well, according to this, it's a bounding circle, and specifically, it is an equidistant circle all around you because
Agree.
the Earth is a globe.
As in your azimuthal grid of vision, right? Come on, guys.
Equidistant circle, exactly, which is based on a
Yeah.
field of view, which is optical.
Well, no, it's based on the fact that the Earth is a globe and there's a physical horizon. There is nothing about our eyes that mean that we would not be able to see like past the horizon. In fact, there's literally no reason on a flat Earth that you would have a horizon. And the claim that
What?
things disappear bottom
Nice.
up on a flat plane is simply false, and I've debunked that many times.
There would be no horizon on a flat plane. What the fuck are you talking about? Go stand out in a flat ass parking lot and see if it doesn't rise up over the Jesus criminally, bro. This guy just says shit. And his dumbass audience, his audience is dumber than a box of rocks, man. I'm not shitting you. Because they think he's smart. Listen to what he says. A whole lot of nothing.
I've done many demonstrations showing this, but
There-
anyway,
there's
that's a
one-
straw man. But anyway,
There was-
that's a straw
so-
man saying you can't get a horizon on a flat Earth, and that just shows you ignorance. Can I share my screen? There we go. I'm going to share my screen quickly on the definition.
Okay.
Oh, so we're just going to ignore Bicop, are we?
So just before we
Yes.
do move on, I think FTFE was trying to inject there. So if you had
Okay,
something you
sorry.
wanted to, yeah, let's go back to our main screen for just 1 second here, and we'll let FTFE get his thoughts out there.
He's
Okay.
gonna lose
Yeah.
his fucking mind.
Yeah, so you can bring up the definition of the word horizon, right? But that doesn't mean that that changes the etymology or that there is other definitions as well. Words have multiple definitions, right? But the literal meaning,
Is optical.
I do apologize. It's very dry air here at the moment, so I'm coughing a lot.
You're all right. We didn't even hear that. So
You're also
Yeah, so,
losing your shit, Craig.
the literal meaning of the word horizon, where it originally came from, the Greek word collectus meaning bounding circle, equidistant around you, and that matches the predictions of the globe. There's no reason on the flat Earth for a horizon.
So a circle around you in 360 degrees being the boundary of your limit of your sight. That's what that means, Craig. Doesn't mean because you're on a ball. That took for you to interpret that to mean a ball took such a fucking retarded leap of mental gymnastics that I can't even describe it. When you were on this nuclear sub, Craig, how the fuck close to the reactor were you? I mean, did you spend a lot of time around radioactive material? Maybe get bored, eat some of it? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just asking for a friend. Holy fucking God. Wow.
Okay, again. It literally stands for optical. That's what you just said. Field of view. Do you understand? Field of view is optical. Is the ground physically 360 degrees around you at a point, Craig?
Is the ground 360 degrees around you? Yes, it is.
Physically, like as in physically, or does it carry on past that 360 degree limit?
Well, yeah, but I can't see past it.
So it's not physical boundary then. It's
actually 40,
field
right?
of view.
40.
Maybe you
That's
should
40.
look up the Greek etymology word for everybody and show them the etymology shows it's optical.
Yeah,
Fucking FTFE is about to fucking shit a hamster, right? Check this dude out.
right. Can I have like
He's twitching worse than a goddamn artist at an Iron Maiden concert. I mean, for real, man. This guy's like, he's just all of his special qualities are showing.
maybe him muted when I'm speaking because he doesn't have the ability to not interrupt me.
I was correcting you.
I do apologize.
No,
your mic slightly is cutting out when other people are talking, so it is hard to notice when when you're getting overspoke. Because even right now, when you were speaking and I started speaking, it cut you right out. But Flatzoids will.
I don't know why that happens, but yeah, maybe when I'm talking, just mute Flatzoid till I'm done, because he doesn't have the ability to have impulse control.
Projection.
Always
says the little fucking girl twitching and freaking out over there, man. I mean, wow. This guy right here, I think if he heard a mouse fart too loud, he'd have a fucking stroke or something. For real. I don't know.
It's quite fun.
Oh yeah, and ZXL Master finally made it in here. Jesus, criminally. I see Charles Arnold with us here. Cylon Killer. We've had a few people join us. Jono Edwards, Thrashless Smith. Oh man, brutal in the fucking comments there today, brother. Brutal. Twitching like Katharine Hepburn in a helicopter. No shit, right? The shape of her eyes has nothing to do with the horizon. Craig was a seaman. Yes, he was. And if his mother would have swallowed, he wouldn't have been here. I don't know. Make stupid people famous is got eating the nuclear shit. I like that. I see the little All right, look at this guy. You can only take so much of him at a time, man. He's really quite a chore.
No, it's so have control. So it's incredible, because I'll be in the middle of a sentence, right? So let's be clear about the horizon specifically. The globe claim is that the horizon is a circle equidistant around you. It is an effect of the curve of the Earth, right? It is a physical limitation to what you can see, because the curve of the Earth is getting in the way. That doesn't mean that there's no land beyond it. It just means you can't see that land beyond it, because the land in
YouTube getting poor. Oh, there it is. Jeez.
Front of it got in the way.
Couldn't find my cursor, man.
Earth is curved. To be absolutely 100% clear, the horizon is an effect of the curve of the Earth. And to say anything other is a straw man of the globe position.
What? So if you create a horizon using your table, is that due to the fucking curve of your table? This guy's a retard, man. I mean, this guy is literally a retard. I think I gave him way too much credit for being intelligent. This guy is a literal fucking retard.
Okay, great. So I got on screen horizon, the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. Does it say physically meet or appear to meet, Craig?
That says appear to meet.
Okay,
that's because it's not physical.
Great. So the horizon is the apparent curve, okay, that separates the surface. So what does apparent mean, Craig?
It means that it's apparently there.
Okay, and what is perspective? Is perspective physical?
That question makes no sense.
Is perspective physical? So if I look out in the distance and I see converging railway tracks, does it physically converge, Craig?
No, of course it doesn't. Cows that are very far away aren't small, Flatzoid. They're just far away.
Great. Okay, so now I'm going to share my screen again for what I wanted to show earlier, because now I've made my point that it's not physical.
Look at he's losing his fucking mind here.
How does that debunk the globe position, though? I mean, if you're not agreeing with me, then you are strawmanning the globe position. That's the thing.
No, that's not how strawmans work.
That's not how that
Just
works.
because you don't agree with it doesn't make it a...
And
No. That's not how strawmans work. Just because you don't...
It's because it goes against what you're saying. It's a straw man. What? I mean, man. What? If you go against what I say that it's a globe, then it is a straw man. Shut the fuck up, Craig. Jesus Christ. And there's people that think that guy's smart. Holy fucking God.
Agree with someone doesn't make it a straw man.
Yeah, you are strawmanning the globe position. That's it. You don't know what the position is, so you're strawmanning it.
Can you see on screen, Craig?
Yes, I can. It's a boat hidden by the curve of the Earth.
Is it? So you would say that is hidden by the curve of the Earth, that boat?
It appears to be, but I'd have to see the video that stills from.
Yeah, okay. So that's
Could
hidden
be.
by the Earth curve.
To be
Does
clear,
is that showing bottom obstruction?
point, let me finish, right? It could be, depending on where this was taken from, it could be in a swell that is a little bit further out.
So not Earth curve then?
Doesn't debunk that things go over the curve of the Earth because it is in a swell.
But it exemplifies the fact that the fucking horizon, Craig, is an apparent thing and not a physical thing. Jackass.
So not Earth curve then?
Again, right, you can also watch boats go out when there isn't swells and they still disappear bottom first. Just because there is a swell in the ocean as you go out, which is actually quite normal when you're going out from sandbanks because the surface of the water isn't flat, it's actually changed by the topography
Foreshortening
of what's underneath it and the gravitational pull. There is certain occasions where boats will bob up and down within that swell. However, that does not change the fact when you're at sea state 0 and there is no swells in the middle of the ocean, you can still watch other boats disappear bottom first.
Right, so you agree then not Earth curve causing this bottom up obstruction, which we see now?
I don't know. I said it could be in this
If it's a swell, let's say if it's a swell, would you agree that's not Earth curve?
42.
If
42.
it's
If you let me finish my sentence, then maybe you will know. Let me be
I am
clear.
trying to present something to you and give an argument, and you refuse to answer
Or
me.
you interrupt.
We're both talking, so let's just.
Yeah, he don't want to get into this now because he already knows. He already knows he got trapped. Fucking retard.
We'll let
Or you interrupt.
FDFE. Yeah, let's finish up. But we can, like I say, move into some muted rounds here just for the last couple minutes to clean
That's
this
gonna
up.
work.
Well,
That could be perfect.
it's fine as long as Flatsoid doesn't interrupt me when I'm in the middle of a thought. Then it's absolutely fine. But let me be absolutely clear with my response without an interruption.
So he's that I've seen like zero substance come out of him. When he does seem to have something of substance, if you listen to what he said, it was fucking nonsense. This is it. He's a Jerry Springer crowd. That's all he is. He's like some kind of a pathetic attempt at being Simon Cowell, you know?
In this circumstance, I do not know because I do not know where this was taken or what the conditions are. There are certain times when a boat can disappear bottom first because it's in a swell, but it will also come back. That does not stop the fact that when there is no swells, you can also see boats disappear bottom up.
I agree,
Okay.
Because it's optical. Okay, now swell, just to clarify, you agree if it's a swell, it's not Earth curve.
Both can exist.
If it is caused by a swell, as you put it, would that mean it's Earth curve? This picture, the screenshot I've taken now.
I don't know. I don't know if that's
yes or no.
Again, I don't know if that boat is in a swell or if it's disappearing over the horizon.
If it is a swell.
The circumstances. If it is in a swell, then no, that will not be the boat going over the horizon because it's in a swell.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Either
clearly it was so it was clearly in a swell, but that does not stop boats disappearing bottom first that can.
We also see more horizon. We've already got bottom up obstruction. We've already got some bottom up obstruction, and foreshortening of some of these waves is aiding in that. But if I look correctly, that beyond the boat here, I'm seeing more horizon back here. So I don't know.
Never be brought back when it is sea state 0 waves, 0 swells. The same thing happens as a boat moves away from you. That's nothing to do with perspective. Things can't disappear bottom first on a flat plane for no reason.
Remember I said we can demonstrate things having the same effect on flat surfaces, but we'll get to that now.
I'll bet you Craig was that weird kid that none of the other kids would play with. I bet you, man. I mean, 100%, man. He was that weird kid that nobody else would play with.
You would agree now this boat has risen up because it was in a swell.
This particular boat has clearly not gone over the horizon, yes.
Has that back boat gone over the horizon now?
I do not know. I do not know the stills that this is from.
Remember, this boat in front is closer now. That boat is further away. Has it gone over the curve now? Because that other boat is on top of the swell now, correct?
Again, I do not know the conditions of this particular
Perfect.
picture.
No, it's perfect. I'm just trying to get it.
And every bit of it's indicating that your horizon is an optical effect, not physical. Because even Neil, the grass-fed bison, said, thank you, Angela, for that one. She said, or he said that you can't see the curve from up there, from up that high. You're only a millimeter above the Earth's surface, and remember. So these guys love to have it both ways. Gravity pulls things, and it doesn't pull things. It's really some crazy ass mental gymnastics.
Get you to understand that it's not Earth curve.
Well,
What's going on here?
In this particular picture, it may not be Earth curve. It may not be going over the horizon. That does not stop there being instances where it goes over the horizon due to the curve of the Earth.
Okay, cool. So we can summarize then. It's not always Earth curve. It can be demonstrated not to be Earth curve then.
There is times when a boat can disappear bottom first because of the conditions of the water. However, that does not stop things disappearing bottom first when those conditions do not exist.
Field of view will indeed cause bottom-up obstruction, and the people that watch my show know this, and they know why. Because the horizon itself, once it rises up apparent relative to eye level, that's it. You don't see any more ground. Okay? You don't see any more. That's it. You're looking, it's flat right across there. So what happened to your field of view? The bottom of your field of view has been obstructed by the horizon. Therefore, anything going away from you as it gets smaller is going to disappear from the bottom up. If you go up in elevation, you will increase your field of view, bring the bottom of the object back into view, and most likely see more horizon beyond the object that you saw go into the horizon. But eventually it will succumb to the exact same effect until it's too small for you to resolve, and or the Atmos becomes too opaque for you to see it. That's just all. So people that watch this show know that it's not due to a curve. Isn't it funny how the formula for your angular resolution of your eye is exactly the same for the curvature of the, I mean, that's a hell of a fucking coincidence, if you ask me.
So again, we can then reiterate, because we can demonstrate this, not always showing bottom obstruction because of Earth curve, it then nullifies the claim that only Earth curve causes bottom-up obstruction.
That's not a claim we make.
Oh, but we say we can do it on flat surfaces, and you says no, that's impossible.
That's not a flat surface. There's waves.
Oh no, we can. I'm going to show you demonstrations on flat surfaces as well. Demonstrations.
Every single right. Okay. What I'm going to do is make a prediction before you do. The demonstration you will show will have the camera.
What the fuck is it with these guys and their predictions? Do they think that, like, for some reason that they can see into the future or some kind of shit like that all the time? We can make predictions, and I predict this, and I predict that something happened to you as a kid and made you fucking weird, bro. That's what I think. That's what I predict.
Below the surface of the thing, at least half of the way, right? Which would indicate, if we were to equate this to a person at the beach, them being buried with half of their eyeballs covered. That's the prediction that I'm making. Please show your example.
Okay, before we do that, I'm first going to show the video that we just saw. Just a piece of it, so you can see how it's moving in and out. And the reason I did this specifically because this is 9 miles out. So yeah, there shouldn't be any earthquake.
Uh-oh. You guys want this video game now or oh shit?
Anyway, that's
Get
just
it.
to show a point that globies
Wait.
love to be dishonest and take still images of something and say, oh, behind wall of water, so therefore earth curve. This is showing why that's not the case.
And if I ever,
sorry?
right. So what you're doing right now is poisoning the.
You literally said the fucking horizon was due to the curve, Craig. And that's why, and consequently, I guess, if something's going over a curve, the bottom of it's going to get obstructed, right? According to Carl Sagan with his little bent fucking thing, or who was it? Bill Nye, the science guy? He did that stupid shit. Come on, man. Don't forget about Aristophanes and his faithful assistant Feces.
The well, because that's not something I've ever done, and it's not something that I've ever
I said
known.
globers. Did I say you?
Are you debating other globers, or are you debating me?
Are you not a glober?
But but I don't do the thing that you said. So not all globers do what you've just said. And in fact, I don't know of any glober that's ever done that and claimed a wave as earth curve. You just said a thing with no evidence because it backs up your religious beliefs. Now, please, let's get to your demonstration of something disappearing bottom first on a flat surface. I am eager with anticipation.
Many. But like I said, the point is you will concede that we do not have any claim that it's always earth curve. You agree it can be done by other things.
That's something that I've ever made, so I have no need to concede anything.
I just want to wait for my what's the name to end. Okay, let's get to it. Just want to get to the point. Okay, let's do this. Share screen.
The claims that I've made rather than just,
But
random.
you claim the horizon's physical.
Yeah, that's why we can see it, because light has bounced off of a physical thing.
Right. Okay, you can see on screen?
Yeah, let me make this big so everyone can see it on my side. Give me 1 second. That's what she said.
You're up on our screen.
Craig,
Okay,
you would
Big
have no
poor comment
idea.
over there.
I don't think you would have any idea what she said ever. I'm just throwing that out there, bro.
So I've drawn a little small ship. That bottom red would be representing the hull, and this masking tape will just be folded to hold the ship upright at a 90 degree on the floor. So I'm not going to be able to go below the floor, Craig.
And do you have measurements of your floor to show it's flat?
I even put water on. You see that reflection?
That's it right there. The reflection. There you go. That's flat, bro. That's like a mirror. So, what are you wanting? Fucking micro inches and shit? Cock bag.
Okay. Do you have measurements of?
Okay. No. Okay, can you stop straw manning already?
I
And
didn't. I asked the question.
what was his? Let's
asking
just. Oh, I'm still talking. What was your? What was your?
Right,
What
let me
was
ask this
your?
question there, FTFE.
Yeah.
What was?
Question is, do you
What
have
was-
measurements of it being flat, or are you just saying something?
It's literally based on a floor that's done by concrete. Last time I checked, concrete lies flat. Okay, so
Again,
anyway.
do you have measurements? You didn't answer the question. Do you have
concrete is like
This motherfucker can't see that he put water down on the floor in order to show how flat it is. Does he not realize that everything from this point right here down is a reflection of everything from here up? We even see it in his little boat. We see it in this little column right here, whatever corner. We see everything that's there is reflected here, indicating flat. We see no distortion in it or anything. This guy's just trying to fucking run his mouth. He don't want Flatzoid to bring out his shit. My idea for the format of the debate that I've been working with Jared is that'll eliminate that fucking shit right there completely, 100%, because that's what he relies on. And if you take that away from him, he ain't got fucking shit.
Hold on,
level.
we gotta let him respond.
So just saying concrete lies flat isn't a measurement, because no, it doesn't always lie flat. It can have variations in it, lots and lots and lots. But it's a very, very specific question. Do you have measurements to show that this floor is perfectly flat? Yes or no?
I don't need to worry about your straw man because you're scared of what I'm about to show. Now I'm going back to what was the claim he made, guys. I'm going to make a prediction that the next thing he shows, his camera is going to be below the floor. Did he not say that, guys? Okay, Craig. Are you going to concede that I can't go? Are you going to concede I cannot put my camera below the floor, Craig?
Back to what I was saying. Me asking a question can't be a straw man.
Craig.
So I'm just going to ask the question again, just to make sure I can get an answer from it. Do you have a? Do you have a?
Straw man is? Sorry, Ryan. This is my point. Every time I want to show him something and I want to talk to him and ask him something, he's so dishonest. Craig, I'm talking to Ryan.
I was going to say, it seems like, yeah, if FTFE, if you got something that's related, I don't want to get into meta debate. Sorry, Flatzoid. So let's try to continue.
So, yeah, fine. If you can mute
because I'm trying to make a point here, and he's literally trying to straw man and use semantics.
All right, I have, like I said, I've given him the floor. We're going to do 1 minute back and forth till we get to the end here. So 1 minute for you, FTFE.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This fucking moderator needs somebody to kick his fucking ass. I'm telling you right now, man. That's bullshit. Complete fucking bullshit. That FTFE needs to just shut his goddamn mouth until the thing is over and then get to talk. But he is scared to death of what this is going to show. And if that doesn't show what a goddamn coward he is, I don't know what else would. This guy is pitiful as all shit. As soon as I get the go ahead and that this format is agreed to, I want to go with this guy again, because he's not going to do that fucking bullshit again. Okay? This fucking talking over and this other bullshit, I don't know. Little semantics in the middle of you making a point. No. All gone, baby. All gone. You're going to have to fucking meet up now.
Me asking a question is not a straw man. Flatzoid's claim is that this is a flat surface. So I would like him to show that claim to be true by showing me a measurement to confirm that this is a flat surface, instead of just saying it's a flat surface. It's not a straw man. It's a question.
I would have just said, there's the reflection, ass hat. Take it or leave it. Now, on with my demonstration that you so desperately do not want me to give.
I'm done.
All right. And we'll bounce that back over. Over to you, Flatzoid.
First of all, concrete. When you pour concrete, it's liquid. It seeks level when at rest. In other words, flat. Okay. Second of all, if you don't give me a measurement of your flat dining floor, am I going to say that's not flat? No. So Shane, that's a straw man. Now we're going to go on to what my whole demonstration is. Showing that your claim that the camera has to be below eye level is false. Okay? And another point I could have brought up is, does refraction cause model abstraction? Which would be a yes too. Okay. Note I put some water there so it can give what you're doing. Look at that. The angular resolution is changing. Ooh, it's already getting worse. Can you tell me where you see curve in this floor so far, Craig?
10 seconds.
There we go. This is all got to do with the diffraction limit that I was trying.
That is your time. All right, and we will bounce it back over to you, FTFE. You need to come off mute, FTFE. I'm so sorry.
I will concede 100% that no, you did not move the camera below the floor. However, at 0 point in that demonstration, did the boat disappear bottom first? At all, ever. What happened was the entire thing disappeared at the same time because of angular resolution, because the camera couldn't pick it up. So what you showed was that things that are too small to be seen disappear at the same time, not bottom first. If you can actually see the things that are big enough so that angular resolution isn't a problem, you can literally watch them disappear bottom first. And no amount of zooming will ever, ever, ever bring that bottom that has disappeared back. To be clear, in your demonstration, Flatzoid, that little boat did not at any time disappear bottom first. Thanks for disproving your point.
Okay, we'll bounce it back over to you, Flatzoid, and I'm going to try to keep you guys off mute and just ask you to kindly behave. And we'll try to keep it open for the last couple minutes here before we go into Q&A. So go ahead, Flatzoid.
Only one you got to control is this twitching fuck over here on the left. This guy here. I think he was the kid that they used to have to send down and get his afternoon meds. You know what I mean? What's going on, Luke?
It's getting good.
All right, man. Good to have you up here. So we're checking this out. Let's see where they go with this from here.
All right.
Shot, yeah, that was just one demonstration. That demonstration was just showing a basic diffraction limit. You couldn't see the bottom of the boat because it was diffracted into the miraging or reflected water. Now I got another one trying to show you how these angles compress into the distance. This is a triangle I drew. All these blocks are actually the same height, and it's lying flat on the floor. As I'm going down, it compresses away. You see how it's getting less and less visible further away, because this is showing how the angle gets limited and compresses with distance. Just like you see when a boat or anything goes over the ocean. It moves away, and that's why you can't see the large angle anymore. The large angle would be the floor. So that's just that demonstration. And now I can show you an actual demonstration again, where I'm on a flat, when I'm on a flat aluminium surface having bottle caps bottom up obstruction. I'm going to show that now when it's my turn.
Okay, 1 minute for you there, FT.
Again, to be clear, nothing disappeared bottom first in anything that you showed. So it doesn't prove your point. In fact, it disproves it. And any time you show this floor, I'm just going to ask you for measurements of the floor being flat. Excuse me. Apologies. Yeah. Unless you can show me measurements of the floor being flat, I will dismiss your claim that the floor is flat. Anything asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But even if that floor is flat, it doesn't show things disappearing bottom up in either of those demonstrations. When something has disappeared bottom first, even when it's big enough to see because of angular resolution, it will never come back.
Okay, 1 minute over to you.
It will if you increase your field of view, Craig. It will if you increase your field of view. That's why if you go up higher, your horizon changes. Now this thing's within your field of view. Your field of view now stops at the bottom at where the horizon is at now. Because as you go up, that horizon is just going to keep coming up relative to eye level as you go, and it's going to increase your field of view to it. That's all. What's that?
Well, the horizon doesn't actually rise to eye level.
I didn't say it rose to eye level. I says it rises relative to eye level. It stays in the same position. It's not necessarily at eye level, but where it's at in your forward view, it rises in relation to that. Yes, absolutely.
Well, you'll always be looking down at the horizon.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah, but it's no. Actually, you're going to see it ahead. You don't have to really look down. You don't have to change your viewpoint. You can look ahead, and it's in your field of view, right there. The same place it was at 30,000 feet. Same place it was at 20,000 feet. Okay, as you change your field of view, or by increasing the bottom up obstruction, you're increasing your field of view on the bottom down here, because now your horizon is cut off further in the distance. That now your field of view is limited out to that far in a downward area. The upward area is not obstructed at all, unless of course maybe there's some clouds or something like that, I reckon.
Well, yeah, the higher you go, the more you'll have to look down to see the horizon.
That's patently false. That's demonstrably false.
No.
It's even using geometry and demonstration. It is false. 100%.
Why?
I just told you why.
I've got evidence.
No, you don't have any evidence. If you've
Well,
got
I've
evidence,
seen-
put
I've
it
seen the
backstage and
evidence.
I'll share it. Okay.
I've seen the evidence.
Okay, cool. I saw Teletubbies. They're not real. Hang tight.
Oh well. Keep going.
Okay, while I'm looking for that, remember what we said, floor swells. So when something goes into a swell and we're trying to zoom it back in, will you see the bottom of that boat, Craig? You can answer, it's fine.
In a still picture, though, if a boat's in a swell, it's going to be going up and down. That's different to something that has gone over the horizon.
Nothing
and
goes over the
it's
horizon.
in sea that is still. Nothing will bring it back. There's no swells involved, right? We can remove swells from the equation and say there's no swells in this water. Boats will still disappear bottom first and be large enough to never be zoomed back.
Okay, so would you then agree with me that parallax is a thing? The further away an object is, the slower it's going to appear to rise or fall.
Parallax is the thing. I believe he's the entity of the Yellow Lantern core that was trapped within the Green Lantern core's battery for a long time, which is why Green Lantern rings were susceptible to the color yellow.
1 second.
Oh
Serious
my
voice.
God, did he really use fucking comic books and shit?
There's a
Green
nerd.
Lantern? Did he really?
You've got to like. Oh.
I mean, for real, the dude literally just said, that's why the Green Lantern's magic ring did some shit. What the fuck? Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
can
you
be
are-
serious, please?
He's the entity of the Yellow Lantern cores.
Does cause of parallax give something like a boat in a swell further away, cause it to appear slower to rise or sink compared to something closer?
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, I missed what he said. What?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was FTFE. He said he had been busy translating something into Klingon for someone. And I'm like, how big of a fucking nerd is this guy?
He's a big one.
No shit. No
But
shit.
he admits it. He admits it. So.
Holy cow, man. Yeah. He lives in complete fantasy world, man.
Nah.
Complete. Oh yeah.
But
100%.
I missed what was said. What was the point made by Fletzoid?
Hang on, let me back it up a little bit. Where am I at here now?
Like a minute or something. A few seconds.
I'll go back a half a minute. There we go.
This is the thing. I believe he's the entity of the Yellow Lantern core that was trapped within the Green Lantern core's battery for a long time, which is why Green Lantern rings were susceptible to the color
Can you
yellow.
be
1 second.
serious,
Flat's
please? Yeah,
Well,
can
you
be
are-
serious, please?
He's the entity of the Yellow Lantern cores.
Does cause of parallax give something like a boat in a swell further away, cause it to appear slower to rise or sink compared to something closer?
Parallax makes things that are further away appear to move less than things that are closer.
Great. So if something's in a swell further away, would it seem like it's staying behind in a swell for a long time?
No, because swells usually go up and down. There's waves, and it would be going up and down. But again, remove swells from the equation. Let's go to the middle of the ocean at sea state 0, right? Which is when water's like glass. That's sea state 0. There's no way.
Okay. Hey, Flatzoid, what's going on, brother?
Hi, Fletzoid.
Hey, morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Hi, what's going good?
Ah, see you guys on the horizon.
Did you? I mean, I know it was probably glassing over you at the time, and I guess it did me too when I was watching it. Did he actually refer to a fictitious Green Lantern ring and somehow it not getting power? Or, I mean, was that? I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. That's what he said. He said, yes, that's how the Green Lantern's power, because of the Yellow Lantern drew power from her.
I heard him say that, but I don't know if it was just a joke or something, so I just waved it off.
Yeah, it was a joke. That's
Yeah.
Wow. But this is a guy too. I think he said had been busy translating something into Klingon for someone.
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
He was translating the Antarctic Treaty, I think,
Into Klingon. Well, that's a useful.
for
Boy,
someone.
how much time did you spend learning a fictitious fucking language, for crying out loud?
That's if he's really doing that. Could just be saying he's doing that. I mean, he also says he teaches students physics. Come on.
All right, that makes sense.
He was showing him physics experiments involving thermodynamics, and it involved a paper towel tube and a gerbil. We'll leave it there.
I'm sorry. If a guy is trying to claims to have been a nuclear physicist that teaches students physics but doesn't know entropy, I'm sorry to say the guy's a liar.
But he does know entropy.
No, he
Obviously
doesn't.
not.
Well, why? What makes you think he doesn't?
He thinks, if you heard this gas pressure argument, what you think, and he says the universe is the container and totally ignores that an open system would require a container inside that universe as well, or a closed system. He thinks entropy is only about the universe isolated system. He thinks open system and closed system has nothing to do with thermodynamics. He obviously has no clue what thermodynamics is, or he's just literally lying.
So so he says that thermodynamics only has stuff to do with open and closed systems?
The first time I debated him, I mean, this was like one of my first debates ever as well. We actually debated on thermodynamic systems. He said closed systems let matter and energy through its boundaries. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding, a closed system doesn't do that.
Exactly.
No. Closed system will allow energy transfer, but not matter transfer.
Exactly.
An open system allows both. An isolated system, if there were such a thing, is a whole system unto its own.
Yeah. That's why I say the guy bullshits people with his information.
Yeah, he just says a lot. And listen, I've been keeping track of how much he's actually saying. And when he does say anything that's pertinent to the conversation, it's complete and utter, doesn't make any sense. It's just rubbish. And the rest of it is just this Simon Cowell style of being a dick to somebody. That's it. That's all I see. No substance.
Yep.
So basically, a boiling pot without a lid is an open system.
Correct.
Because the heat and vapor, which is matter. Vapor is matter and heat is energy. And it lets both of them out.
Right.
And closed systems can exchange energy, but not matter.
Right.
Like the boiling pot with the lid on it.
With the what?
The same example, but this time with the lid on it.
Right.
So heat, the lid prevents matter from entering or leaving, but the heat can still be transferred.
That's correct.
Yeah. And is there also isolated systems too?
An isolated system doesn't allow heat or energy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
They
you must
don't
remember, an isolated system is only a hypothetical. You
Right.
don't get actual isolated systems in reality.
I guess an isolated system would be like a
Like a
Uh,
Yeti cooler.
insulated, like an insulated bottle or something.
Think of it. Have you ever
How you
seen-
explain? Sorry, how do we explain an isolated system as a example would be a thermos flask.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. A thermos. Yeah, an insulated thermos bottle or flask. Yeah.
But even a flask in reality still
Yeah.
transfers the heat through. That's why I say it's just a hypothetical.
But yes, it would be. I'd say theoretical, not
Yeah,
hypothetical.
Like a Yeti cooler. Okay, these Yeti coolers are amazing. They're expensive as hell, but I mean, ice will last in that thing too, like 3 days. You know, I mean, they're really incredible, but they will still succumb. They don't last forever, not without replenishment. But that's theoretical. We've never actually. I don't think they've ever actually been able to create an isolated system, have they?
Yeah, it would be impossible to. Yeah.
And the sad thing is, Craig thinks it's a real thing as well. He doesn't think it's a hypothetical.
Perfect insulation is practically impossible to achieve.
Yeah.
I don't think I can't think of a way to create a perfect isolated system.
That's why I say, man, you're in this game called entropy. You can't win, you can't lose, you can't even break even.
I mean, even in this debate, you guys will hear where he says gravity overcomes entropy.
Yep.
He says it straight. Gravity can overcome entropy. What?
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, the laws, these systems. Well, I don't know. Can gravity overcome entropy?
Obviously
Nothing can overcome entropy.
Well, if what we say is true, then gravity would keep the air from escaping, and stuff into the space. It would hold everything down, right?
That's what I'm saying. You guys are claiming gravity can overcome entropy. Literally, your belief system based on mathematics overcomes a natural law. Do you understand how impossible that is?
Gravity and entropy are like two different concepts.
No, entropy is a natural law. Gravity is a concept.
I'd argue that entropy would be a concept.
Explain to everybody how physical changes is just a concept. Please go ahead.
It's a concept from thermodynamics.
Entropy in itself is just explaining as a concept based on natural law. Gravity is just a concept based on mathematical belief.
Aren't there like 4 fundamental forces
Yeah.
in nature?
Just because they say gravity is the 4th fundamental weak force doesn't make it true. There's no empirical evidence for gravity even existing.
I guess it doesn't, in like quotation marks, I guess you could put overcome. It doesn't overcome entropy in the broader thermodynamic sense. I think that gravitational interactions are a mechanism through which the second law, was it? Yeah, second law of thermodynamics manifests on a cosmic scale, ensuring that the total entropy of the universe continues to increase over time. There you go.
Oh, wow. All right, let's see what's going on more with this here. Maybe you'll get it, Luke. I mean, being a flat earther and thinking that globes are stupid, that's a step in the right direction. So
Yeah,
I
I'm not.
want to
I'm
applaud you
not.
for that.
I'm not a flat. Hey, don't change my name. I didn't even notice that. Damn.
I love that name. Yeah, that's an awesome name.
That would be a
Globe
great
Luca.
channel. That's a great name for a channel, Flat Earth Luca. I
Globe
like.
Luca.
Yeah, bro.
Leaves at all. In the middle of the ocean.
You come over and have lunch at the cool kids tables, Luca. Don't be sitting over there with the nerds. Come on over with the cool kids, man. We got Farrah Fawcett posters. Come on, man.
Far enough away from the topography underneath to make a massive difference. At that time, when there's no swells or anything around, the boats will still disappear bottom first and not be able to be brought back. Simple as that.
Okay. I'm going to debunk that with a video shortly. I'm just trying to get this video that I was trying to bring. I've got it now. I'm going to share.
I want you all to keep in mind that Flatzoid, man, hats off, brother. This guy had like no sleep, had a toothache, and then on top of it, now you compound that with Craig. Oh, wow, man. That's fortitude. That's fortitude, Flatzoid. I gotta really hand that to you, man. But you did an awesome job on this so far, man.
You did keep me awake at least.
Sorry, be behind.
Who what now? What'd you say now?
I'll say he did at least keep me awake.
Oh my God. Yeah. But I mean, it's just like you remained so composed though, and you can literally see Craig like freaking out. He just, if you were to watch this with no sound, you would think that this guy was really having a problem. I love to watch the body language.
Hey,
yeah,
just look there.
I'm sorry, Luke. Did you have something, buddy?
I wanted to ask Flatzoid a question.
Okay.
How do? Well, I think Flatzoid's muted.
He is muted, but he can probably still hear you.
Maybe. I'll ask it. Oh, hi. Anyway, yeah. How do you get those animated profile pictures?
Oh, it's just my avatar. It's one that was created a while back before I got my other new avatar. It's just been on my Google account. It's the one you're seeing now.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Cool, thanks.
You're welcome.
So insults, that's what the guy does when they lose people.
That wasn't an insult. It's comedy.
So there we go. There we
get
go.
it.
This is on my mixing bench. This is an aluminium flat bar. It's physically manufactured to be flat. Okay.
Can you show?
Now, obviously, this is sideways because I took it sideways, but you're going to take to show bottom of obstruction sideways as well. This is just the point. Notice my camera is above the eye line. You see this bolt on the top here? That's raised for reference because that bolt is above the aluminium bar. So that's to give reference to show you I don't go below it. Okay, Craig? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now see I'm above, I'm zooming in. Can you see the bottom of that? Well, let's just start here. The closest cap. Can you see the bottom of it?
Yeah, but you do know that part of the lens is covered on the lens. That's why it's dark.
No. It's above. I'm literally showing you reference with the bolt that's above. Wait. That's called diffraction, Craig.
Am I trying to respond?
Making my point. I'm still making my point.
Him so that I can respond.
Yeah, we do have to let him be able to respond, and we will try to engage with what you guys are talking
But I'm
about.
still making my point.
He's not responding. He's interrupting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm still making my point. He's trying to make excuses before I can get my statement out.
Yes. He just, and that's why I say, okay, you get 2 buzzers, 10 seconds. That's it. Once you've used that up, right? Then you get to, then you have to take notes.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, you're going to have to exhibit some kind of discipline. That's all.
Yep.
talking. Can you please mute Flatsoid so I'm allowed to
But
respond
I'm
about
still
him?
making my point, Craig. Stop
Please,
over
Flatsoid,
talking me.
please
I'm
mute-
making my
All right,
point,
just-
Craig. It's my time.
But you asked me a question and you won't let me
Yes, but you
respond.
can answer in your time. It's my time.
Okay.
I'm
Question.
making a
All right.
point.
All
Be a
right.
grown up.
So I would like to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
In
We're gonna
your
let
The
him.
moderator needs his ass kicked. I'm serious, man. You should be yeah. If you have questions, Craig, wait until he's finished and then you can answer them. If you want to, those questions he's not wanting to do a back and forth, here are some questions for you to ponder. Write them down if you have to. If your attention span is so goddamn short that you can't remember. I mean, for crying out loud, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm busy.
Sorry, Flatsoid.
I'm
I
busy
can-
presenting and trying to explain what I'm presenting,
Yes.
and then I get interrupted, and then Ryan mutes me, so Craig can carry on making excuses. How the hell does that work?
I can see both arguments of this point. One where you wanna finish the point without and one where you wanna wait until it's your turn before you answer the question. But I can also see the argument of interrupting the person to that asked the question to answer the question, but why?
Yeah, but I wasn't finished
immediately.
asking.
You wasn't
I wasn't
finished.
finishing asking.
Oh, you weren't?
No, and then this
No.
clown, listen, this clown wants to jump in and give a 20-minute goddamn answer to some kind of shit. Save it for your time. That was well said, Flatsoid, and that jack off in the middle should have realized that. I mean, that's all. That started pissing me off, man. It's like clear-cut bias towards this clown.
I'll give you all the time to answer back and forth, guys, but we gotta try to engage with what we're talking about. So go ahead. We'll try to carry on.
Yeah. So right, this camera is slightly covered on the left side of the lens.
No,
you
it
can see
isn't.
that by the fact it is darker on the left than the rest of it. You have
it's not covered. That vertical line would be a horizon. Okay. Holy cow. What a dumbass. It's not covered. Here's the whole lens right here. And what do we see? We see this entire thing coming back.
He thinks diffraction means it's below. That's how idiotic this guy is.
Man, how did he avoid not being put in a torpedo tube?
Easy. They needed someone to peel the potatoes.
Somebody had to clean the John, right?
prediction of half of it being obscured instead of actually being the entire lens above the thing that you are comparing to. Also, you have no measurements to show that it is flat. Again,
it's a manufactured aluminum or aluminium, however you want to say it, flat bar, which is manufactured to be flat and held within certain tolerances. Craig, you freaking moron.
So, what does diffraction mean?
Diffractions where the light breaks up. Okay, the whole image starts to break up because of the way the light starts diffusing. Let me give you in total DIFFRACTI.
Yeah, it's where the two
the interference or bending of waves around corners of an obstacle or through an aperture into the region of geometric shadow of the obstacle aperture.
Yeah, it's where the two images wavelength of light overlap each other at their maxima, and then it gives a you are only able to resolve the greater maxima as the other interlaps with each other, and that gives that blending effect.
You ever look down a long straight stretch of highway on a sunny day and it looks like there's water up on the right at the horizon. There's like this blurry
Oh,
little bit going
yeah,
on right there between where the ground and the sky meet, right? You see
yeah.
this little blurry shit going on right there. That's
Uh-huh.
diffraction, bro.
Ah,
I put a quick short link in there of me showing that it's flat because I wanted to actually show it in the stream, but I didn't want to get taken away from the argument presented, so I didn't show
Right.
it. Because Craig is such a baby that did you measure it flat? Literally, aluminium flat bars are manufactured flat, so because you don't measure it flat, therefore it's not flat. And how do you measure something flat anyway, people? I know, by having it flat, no part higher than the other.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, well, and then in machining, they do have gauges that, of course, then those are milled out and machined and smoothed down to be exactly flat, and they can measure degrees of flatness. I know my dad had to do that. He was a tool and die maker for General Motors,
so
and
what?
so they do have that, and also finishes. The finishes, there's various degrees of finishes. How many micro inches of finish there is on a material too, and that will the more micro inches you use, the more reflective property it's going to have, especially with metals. So it's kind of like the difference between like an unsanded piece of wood and a sanded piece of wood.
Yeah.
Degrees of smoothness. But yeah, they do have flat gauges that measure if anything's perfectly flat. But a lot of times what they have to do is they have this thing called Prussian blue. It's this dye that they'll put on something, and there's supposedly two flat surfaces, and they bring them down within a certain tolerance of each other. And where there's a touch, then they know to grind that down, that's a little bit high, because it'll transfer that ink over to that other side, and they're able to see where the high spot's at, and they can work on it. But it's a tedious process to get anything flat. But I mean, for Christ's sake, how flat do you need it? I mean, flat is flat, for Christ's sake, Craig, right? I mean, really? I would ask him that. I say, what would you consider as a measurement of flatness? I would have thrown it right back in his court.
But I don't think he even knows himself.
He doesn't. That's why he asks it. It's a difficult question. That's why he asks it. For purposes of the demonstration, this is flat enough.
Yeah. So you want to quickly share that link I put in our chat?
Yeah. I'm just
then you
about
can show them. Because that's like the quickest and easiest. That's like the quickest and easiest way.
I'm seeing it over here, and I have it over here. And I was
it's like the quickest and easiest way
1 second,
to show it's flat.
Let me do something here real quick. Let me stop the screen and then bring this down lower, because I have to move it over to this screen. There we go. And so I can still see you wonderful people while I'm doing this and interact, because I can't see shit that's going on here while I'm low on that. So then we go to the old present, and we'll bring this up. And let's see, are we okay?
Testing.
Testing.
We can hear you, Luca.
No, yeah. That's not the testing.
It's just music.
Oh, okay.
Now, if it was curved, would that flat ruler be able to sit totally flat against it?
Not even for a second. It would have rock to it. There would be some play in it.
Yeah. So
you'd see a gap. You would definitely see a gap.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Christ, we do that even in carpentry to see if there's a gap. We like things
Exactly.
to be flat. We like things to be level and plumb. You know, that's the way we build things. That's, you know, we're constantly checking these things. I don't understand with these people. And this thing where he comes up with, well, what is the flat measurement? And it's like, that's a dumb question. What would you accept as a measurement of flatness, Craig? I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't even begin to know without the explanation that I gave. I don't know. But yeah, what Flatzoid said, no part higher or lower than any other. Like level.
Just said a thing.
All right. Sorry for putting you on the mute there. I just figured where you're sharing screen, you won't forget where you're going with that there. So let's carry on, Flatzoid.
Sorry, I have to call you out on that, Ryan. That's a bit biased, mate. I was making my point still. So I'm supposed to be making my point the minute, and he was literally interrupting me while I was making my point. So can we please, in future, if I'm making my point, don't mute me? Because that's not fair, mate.
Now on screen, Craig.
Now on screen, Craig. On screen, Craig. I've got 3.
Just 1 second.
Like I was saying again, I got 3 things, okay? I've got this bolt on the top showing reference. I'm above, okay? That thing you see, that little on the left, that's called diffraction. That's literally diffraction. That's what it is, Craig. Now we got the closest cap, which you see the whole thing. The second cap, which you see less of the bottom. And there's another bolt exactly like this one, which you can't see none of it. By the way, you know that one that bolt? It's painted red on the bottom. Can you see it? And yes, it's an aluminium flat bar. It's literally manufactured to be flat. So you trying to, nah, it's not flat, is you running away that I can demonstrate things having bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces. Thank you.
All right. Right. Once again, the bolt is in the middle and the left side of it is slightly covered. However, that does not change the fact that you just saying it's manufactured flat is not evidence. Show that it's manufactured flat. Show me the evidence.
Oh, now he's just being a fucking bitch. I mean, for real. At this point, he's just being a little bitch. What's he want? A receipt?
He's just trying to make excuses so nobody has to answer for it. That's all.
That's
because you remember his claim is you can't show it. So I'm showing actual different types of demonstrations. So he has to make up some kind of excuse why it's not comporting with his statement.
So, did you get like a? So, where? So Craig is saying, "Begin now. Show me. Show well."
Craig is opening. Craig opens his mouth, and bullshit falls out. That's all you really need to know.
Yeah, and it also might be a tactic to waste time, distract.
It is. It's absolutely, because if you pick out, like I've said, all of his well, how can you prove these little semantics? Can you show me a measurement of flatness? Can you show me the receipt where it's manufactured this way? And can you show me the tolerance table from the machinist that made it? And can you or just saying, you don't know anything, you've interrupted me, I've been interrupted 27 times and I've not interrupted anybody else, and now I'm going to start my thing over and here I go again, blah 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 blah. Nonsense.
Yeah, did he offer that, or did he concede that it was flat? I did not
No, not at all.
He won't concede to nothing, man.
Wow. Yeah, I know. I hope I get to chat with him in the future. I've sent him a few future super chats in the past.
I'll tell you, I'm gonna do it with him again, but that format's gonna be streamlined so that kind of bullshit's not gonna be happening.
So, what?
I think you did a great job.
You want to do,
especially
like,
considering. But yeah, sorry guys.
You want to do like a journalism format?
Well, that's just it. We were discussing that the other night on my show, that streamlining his format to conform to stop this type of interruption shit that goes on by having it where when the other guy can't talk at all, he's muted until the other guy says, "I'm done."
I like that idea.
And then that guy gets muted and the other guy gets unmuted. Now,
Well,
he gets to
someone doesn't.
respond. Hold on. He responds within a reasonable amount of time, whatever they want to have, you know, a minute, 2 minutes, whatever. He gets that opportunity to respond. Then, when he's finished, he says, "Done." The moderator then mutes that person and the other person comes off mute. There's none of that. Now, you get 2 buzzers. And if you hit the buzzer, then that's your thing. That's your I can't control myself button. Okay. I can't control myself. Okay. The guy finishes his sentence. This guy gets 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. Once you've used your 2 buzzers up, then you don't get any more buzzers.
Yeah, I like that idea. That way they can make sure that they use the buzzer appropriately and not just carelessly.
Absolutely. That dude was hitting that buzzer like it owed him money. Like when I did.
The only
I
thing
won't
would
deny
change from
that.
the only
I
thing I
won't
change from that
deny-
Sob is
Yeah,
I would change the
won't-
buzzer sound to the screaming goat.
Yeah, no doubt. Right?
Ah! I won't deny that Greg did hit the buzzer a lot.
Turn it up loud. That'll jar the audience, I'll tell you. Holy cow.
Do you
We've
think
done
we
it.
if oh sorry, Saul. I was just gonna say, do you think we could invite Fight the Flat Earth here? Would he join us?
I don't know. I
think he's sleeping.
Yeah, 6 hours
I
ahead.
would definitely have to be prepared with plenty of sage, I believe. I burned a
Wait,
shitload
if
of
we're
sage
not-
after that debate. I mean,
if
it was
we're
just
like, I
yeah.
think I'm like about 9, well, maybe 9. Yeah, I think around 9 hours ahead.
He's an hour behind me, 2 hours behind me.
So that
I wake
that
up at 4 for
means-
exercise. That's the only reason I'm on in this time.
Oh,
amazing.
So you woke up. Okay, that's what I was about to get to.
Well,
like
he's been pestering me on direct messages on Twitter. When's the next one going to be? I just told him. Well, he said, let me see. He said, when's the next one going to be, sweetheart, or something like that?
Wow. Did he include an apology in any messages?
No.
Wow.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That dude is just just a natural born dick.
hold on, what would he be apologizing for?
He started out. He said, let me see.
Yeah,
I could think of one reason to apologize.
He says Jaren is free this month. I'm trying to see where I said that to him. Half the time, just ignoring. Oh, he says, so when's round 2, Princess? I said, soon, Cupcake. Working to streamline the format. You'll love it more than your gravity. But yeah, he's just a punk. He's a punk ass kid. I think that he's mad because nobody would ever play with him. He was the weird kid.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish he was here so we could chat with him about it, because I think respect should be shared, or at least he should try to respect people he's chatting with.
Yeah, well, that's asking a lot, man. That's like asking a bullfrog not to bump his ass when he jumps. You know, it's just not in the cards, bro.
Well, you actually raise a good point. I actually wanted to get into that with him, into satanic mind control eventually. I think I sent him a super chat regarding that once. But yeah. Personally, I believe in satanic mind control. It's in something I'm actually writing about. I can go into the details and all that.
Oh, listen, I'm fully I've gone deep into that, looking into it too, and there's been an interesting development here recently, like with MK Ultra Mind Control and this kind of thing, the Monarch program, the creation of these sex bots or sex slaves, basically. And now Britney Spears has let it slip that she has multiple personalities, but they only happen for a couple minutes now and then. And that's a direct effect of that, especially when it's done on children initially.
Absolutely, yeah, it's true.
And
Well, it
that's
did come
coming back
out she
true.
was a victim of MK Ultra. So
Oh yeah, yeah. Her, Amanda Bynes. I mean, just about every one of those Disney kids, which blows my mind because apparently streaming on Disney Plus is an expose on Nickelodeon. And I'm like, wow, hello, Pop. My name's Kettle.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
and then you
good.
still get the people that deny MK Ultra even exists.
Oh
They
my
say, "Oh,
God.
that's just rubbish. You're just conspiracy theorists."
Yeah. Yeah, there is man-made mind control. I also think it goes even deeper,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if there's
Yeah.
man mind control, there's possibly satanic mind control from the liar himself.
Well, the whole desire to control another person's mind has got to come from the adversary to begin with.
Yes, yeah,
To
that's
want to
true.
have that kind, to want to have power over other people is not natural, man.
Yeah.
That
One,
comes
I
from
was in a
somewhere else.
discussion once with someone and they mentioned that Satan isn't going to heaven and he knows how beautiful it is, and that's why he doesn't want anyone else to go. So
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons anyways, but
Well, and we even go into the whole NASA thing. You know, you go Jack Parsons, all these people, man. L. Ron Hubbard, all
yeah,
these people were involved. These people that are
worshiping.
the netherworld. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah,
But
it's no surprise. It's
thank
absolutely no surprise, and it does pay homage to their deities. I mean, Christ, they got no pun intended, but Apollo as the first missions. What's Apollo? Apollo is represented by the sun. This next one, what do they got? Artemis. Artemis is the goddess of the moon, who happens to be Apollo's sister. I mean, all these things are named after these Greek gods. Jupiter, Saturn, all these names,
Mars. Yeah,
right?
yeah, the god of war, Mars.
Yeah. And they're all named by that. And you
So
have to go and think, well, what about that whole thing about these guys being imprisoned? You know, um, I don't know, man. It's just there's so much to it that is just really.
Yeah, it's pretty
I'm just going to
fascinating.
say nefarious. I'm just going to say nefarious right from the start. Of course, hijacking people's consciousness on a worldwide level
Yes.
to
Yeah.
deceive them of who they are, when they are, and where they are. It's freaking brilliant. Diabolical as all hell and beyond the capability of just men.
You're right. You're right. And the liar, he's the master of lies. I'm sure he's had all the time in the world to concoct these lies. So that's why they sound so crafty and they sound even believable. Except when you start looking into the details and you test it, they all fall. It just shows that it's in dust. All
so
those.
what's I forget what the argument was made about that photo on screen. The sideways camera.
Okay. Yeah,
What's
we're gonna
being
get
shown there?
back into this.
Yeah.
What's being
Flatzoid can
shown there?
explain real quick if he's near his microphone. He can explain real quick before I
Yeah,
start.
yeah. What's up? What's up about
Yeah,
it?
he was asking what are we actually looking at here. Luca was.
Yeah.
Okay, all I'm doing is this is my mixing bench for one of my paint lines, and on the top it's got this big aluminium flat bar, this long one, and I taped some bottle caps on there and painted a bottom of a bolt red. So I took the camera to the other side of the flat bar, and for reference, you would see I'm showing another bolt exactly the same size, well, exactly the same height, everything on the one side that holds it on. For reference, that I'm above the surface, so we can show bottom obstruction just due to the angle alone on a flat surface.
So where's the red? I can't see the red.
Exactly, you can't see it because it's obstructed.
So that the point is red things obstructed.
The point is it's showing bottom up obstruction because of the angle that's limited, because of perspective and because of diffraction.
Yeah. Watch, I think he explains it a little more.
So
what you are having there is flat instead of just saying it. I don't give a smeg if you say it's manufactured flat. Prove it is flat. Don't just say it.
Aluminium flat bar.
All right.
Yeah, again, that's just saying it Show me where it specifically says it's manufactured to be exactly flat. Show me that. Where do you have that written down that it says that?
That in itself just made him look pathetically weak. I gotta say, that just made Craig look really pathetically weak right there.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
I
Because Craig
was
doesn't
just
know how
about to
to
do that.
actually just say, yeah, I concede. You can demonstrate flat on flat surfaces.
But you can't. You haven't shown that it's flat. That's the thing. You're saying it's flat. You're going, it's manufactured flat. But you're not showing that it's flat. You're just saying a thing. Why didn't you put a level along it all the way? Why didn't you test if it was flat? You didn't. You just
really? I actually did.
All right. I think what we should do.
That happens a lot.
I got a 6 foot
So-
level. I got a 6 foot level. And
aluminium flat bars manufactured for what?
well, one thing, like I just said, I have a 6 foot level that's made of aluminum and it's perfectly flat, and it's a device for measuring things level. I could do that same experiment using one of those. And what's he going to do? Say it's a bent level? It's got bubbles in it, dickhead. I'll even show that it's set and level. I can do the same damn thing with a 6 foot level. So this pedantic crap he's doing, well, you have to prove that it's flat. Show me a note from the manufacturer or some shit like that. This made him look weak and pathetic.
It's all he had. It was just his excuse to say he couldn't have to concede what was being shown and couldn't just, how can I say, give a rebuttal to the argument other than, I just don't believe you. That was it.
Yep.
I don't believe you.
Yep. I don't get it, man, with these people.
Yeah.
I mean, and these things, it's not like something like that's cheap. It's not like you just go down to the scrapyard and find a level piece or a straight piece of aluminum or something. I can tell you what, man, some of your levels can run you in the hundreds of dollars range. I saw a really neat one a guy I knew had. It was a 6 foot level, but it had it would extend. You could extend it up to 12 feet because it had another perfectly machined bar inside the middle of that kept it perfectly straight as you went up to it.
I mean, that mixing bench, you're looking anyway from 50K upwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You think if you're paying 50K for something, they're going to give you a wonky piece of shit? No, man, come on.
Right. Holy crap. I don't think this guy understands like machining tolerances and things like that, how milling machines work.
Yeah, especially with our technology today, which has gotten even more refined over the years.
Oh my God, yes. I mean, I was impressed. Shit, what was it, 89? 88 or 89, this fab shop I worked in. They had this numeric controlled Mazak mill. And this thing was amazing. They could make an object in 3D on the computer, put the disk into this milling machine, and then put a piece of stock, steel or whatever, in the center, right there on the table, clamp it and everything. Then close it. Start the program. This thing had its own rotating tool belt. It would change its own bits. And then go along and you come back like the next day or a few hours later, and there was the part that you had designed in the computer milled out perfectly in the middle of that machine.
Wow. Back in
And
89?
I mean, like tight to the tolerances too, man. You could hold it to 3-point tolerances, man.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, that was in the 80s, so I can only imagine what the hell they've got now,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Not going to move into that next topic. We should probably go into our Q&A because we do have lots of questions and lots of things that I think we will spiral into more conversation. And so I think this would be a good time to go into that. And I do want to say thank you to Flatzoid and FDFE for having the discussion. It's been lively and a lot of fun. And just want to remind everybody, if you haven't hit the like button, do so. It doesn't hurt.
Notice the nose touching.
Bite. Not hard, anyways. All right, let's get into the super chats, guys.
I don't know,
And
Luca.
also,
Do you have
note
something real
instead-
short that's pertinent to the conversation, or?
Well, what I'm saying is that though they are said to be manufactured flat, the aluminium flat bars, it is probable that it will come out not as flat.
No, because it
Oh,
has
wow.
to be. It
Right.
has to pass through a series of gauges that check it within the tolerance of the manufacturer before it can be a viable product. Otherwise, they have to eat the costs of the thing being returned and their reputation being fucked because they're putting out shit that's not flat when they're saying it's flat. So, those arguments are so pathetic. Like what I said with Craig, that because no one is claiming anything about perfect absolute flatness. Level, yes, but it is no perfect absolute flatness unless you look at an absolutely still undisturbed body of water. That's it. That's about the best you're going to get. But
also, didn't you?
This is so intellectually dishonest. Well,
But
it's
also,
not
because
measure flat. What the fuck are you looking for? Measure flat.
But also, didn't you notice that that Ryan also, after he saw this, he just decided, let's go to Q&A, because I showed Craig was wrong. So instead of just maybe even letting us make closing statements for this like we did with gas pressure, he just said, no, let's just go to super chats, just like that. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Good observation.
There's two ways that these bars can be made: extrusion and rolling.
Yeah, but we don't care about how it's made. The fact is, it's flat. It's manufactured flat, and he's claiming, "Have you measured it flat?" It's just an excuse. That's the thing, Luca.
It gets heated, right?
Luca, listen
Quality
to me.
control.
Listen to me. I'm going to walk you through the process. I'm going to walk you through it very simply one time. Okay?
Okay.
They bring in stock, already poured and hardened aluminum. Right? So there it is. It's not a flat bar yet. It then is put into what is called a milling machine. Okay. This milling machine will take off all of the high spots right down to perfect level, the same, all the way back and forth along the entire surface. This is done to both sides. It is then used, they use more refined bits to go over it again to polish the surface down to an appropriate micro inch finish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's all there is to it. Okay. So it's nothing about the heating of it and the cooling of it or anything else like that. In fact, they usually use anodized aluminum. Anodization is a type of tempering of aluminum, and it's used in aircraft aluminum as well.
Yeah, they actually work with microns.
Mm-hmm.
The tolerances are in micron value, not even in inches or centimeters or millimeters. It's in microns.
Can I see
That means
what
it's
I
like
got?
literally thinner than a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
That they're actually working out how flat it has to be.
Can I say what can I say what I'm reading?
Yeah.
It says aluminum can be rolled to produce flat bars. In this process, aluminum ingots are passed through rollers that gradually reduce the material's thickness to form flat sheets of bars. The rolling process can be adjusted to achieve desired thickness and widths.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it also says many many aluminum flat bars are made through extrusion, where heated aluminum is pushed through a shaped die to create long sections of a specific profile, including flat bars. The
Yep.
extrusion process is capable of producing very consistent and uniform shapes with good surface finish and dimensional accuracy.
Within a certain tolerance level. To get it to be a flat bar, the flat bar stock is made that way. Yes, I agree 100%. 100%.
Yeah,
Okay.
Luca, do you
And
think you would notice any visible non-flatness?
So, would you agree that as it cools and solidifies, would you agree that it can undergo slight distortions?
Not
Due to thermal
not to a
condensation?
perceivable level, especially for the demonstration. Okay. Um, there again, you're as bad as Craig with that getting into semantics, right?
Yeah, like
All right.
imagine taking a fishing line, making it taut. That's a pretty straight line. Would you agree, Luca?
Yeah.
So if you were to take this flat bar and line it up with a fishing line that was made taut, they're likely to be parallel to each other.
So, a fishing line, what? A taut fishing line?
Yeah, if you were to take a fishing line, right, and then you were to make it nice and taut, so it's nice and straight,
Yeah.
right, and then you take one of these straight bars and you place it next to it, parallel. Do you think there would be any perceivable variation, or would do you imagine they would both remain parallel to each other?
What do you do with the flat bar? Or the you hold it up next to it?
Luca, the fucking flat bar's bent. Okay, just go with it. The fucking flat bar's bent. Just move on. I don't understand where you're actually going with any
Yeah,
of
yeah,
this.
the curved bar.
It's a curved bar. You're right. Whatever. Earth's a ball.
and
Whatever. The
yeah,
fuck.
and I mean at the end, probably if you can't see it there, but on the two edges, not on the length and the width, it's got beveled round edges to keep the structure as flat as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
the structure is even made so it won't be able to bend.
Mm-hmm.
Because the reason it needs to be so flat is because if it's bent, the mechanics inside won't work in junction because it works in a almost like a link chain to be able to mix everything on the bar. So if it's bent, it's not going to go through that line and therefore won't be able to mix anything because it will literally break the components on the inside of the machine.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
Cool, man.
All right, so we have from Rod.
While they're showing us too, with no measurements of curvature, maybe a cylinder at best, a rippling surface when they're talking about their bottom up obstruction of boats. But this guy's wanting measurements of flatness.
So
It's just a stall tactic, man.
I got up to the part about the flat thing. You hold it next to the fishing rod, and then the question you ask is, would you be able to perceive the
Yeah, would
what?
you?
I'll give it to you this way, okay? If I'm wanting to make a flat surface on a piece of wood, because when you buy wood, it's not perfectly flat. It may seem that way, but you can lay it out flat, put a level on top of it, and look at the bottom edge of that level, and you'll see little gaps. You'll see little gaps. May even see a whole gap down one end. Okay. So then the first thing we do is we run it through a thing called a planer. Okay. That planer is designed to you set it to a certain thickness and it cuts that wood perfectly flat along that area. Then what you can do is you can test it now with your level on there, and you'll see maybe sometimes a little bit of gap here, a little bit of a gap there. This is why we sand it. Okay. We sand it down to even smoother surface, to a point that when we put that level on it, we don't see any gap. In fact, I've seen them sanded so good that you put the level down on it, and then when you try to pick up the level, there's almost a vacuum to it, to where it wanted to stay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's true.
yeah, pretty interesting shit. But
It is, yeah.
that's just basically, that's what he was trying to exemplify. Okay, if you want to think that the aluminum bar is curved, by all means, go right ahead and think that. For the purposes of this demonstration, the amount of curvature that you're even suggesting could happen would be so negligible that you would have trouble even measuring it. So I'm just going to leave it at that. We'll let this thing go.
Roger Ludwell, thank you so much. We have the death of evolution cooking in an entropic stove top, but the thing won't boil. Please send the recipe for the primordial soup.
Shout out to Roger. This is for you, friend.
Good job, buddy. Gold
Yeah,
star to you.
evolution. That's another foundation that crumbled.
All right, no other thoughts there. Okay, yeah, I think that's maybe a commentary on a different subject that we do debate on Modern Day Debates, so keep an eye out for those debates. Roger Ledwell, also a little bit off topic.
Evolution is just more godless dog shit, is all it is. I mean, it's more this godless crap. No, there's no creator. There can't be a creator. We're just a random happenstance of a cosmic fart.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
And if you look at the word, it's a spell. It's love backwards.
Yeah, evolved. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love how
get out of it. He's
but I love how Ryan's telling Roger that sorry, your super chat is off, is not to a topic. It's like, what's he got to be responding to? His super chats to ask us questions, and the topic is Flat Earth Globe. If you believe in a self-creating naturalistic globe, that's with topic.
Absolutely. It's part and parcel.
Yeah. Yeah, they've all been working hand in hand. They're minions, man. Yeah. Minions of Legion. I look at it that way. All these people like Craig, these other folks, they're just operatives of a greater cause. You know, that greater cause, I believe 100% is spiritual too.
Yeah,
100%.
I cover this in my book. I'd love to go over it with you guys sometime. That's why I'm so glad I found you, Sovereign Soul. And yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah, that'd be good. We'll go over that sometime. Drop me an email. In fact, I'm going to put this up. I always forget to put my banner up. I got email and all my good shit on here, along with good subliminal messages. Do not question authority. Absolutely nothing will not be tolerated. That way you kind of feel at home, where you got rules and everything like that. But also my email's on there. Send me an email. We'll set up one and talk about your book one night.
Oh, amazing.
Like a good
Thank
one.
you.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Can we set up a debate too?
What's that?
Can we set up a debate too in the future? Maybe.
Sure, we can do that sometime. Yeah, like I said, where'd my brand go? Where'd my banner go? What happened? Why did my banner go away? My David banner. I have it on here. There.
I'd like to.
There we go.
Just imagine if our government and those involved followed the 10 Commandments. This could actually be a great place for everyone.
It absolutely could. But there again, it's not that power corrupts. It's more of a fact that power attracts the corrupt and corruptible.
Yeah, the problem is the government's part of a bowl system.
Yep.
So they just for the wrong side, unfortunately.
Yep.
Right now, yeah. Like there was a time I've been researching slavery, and there was a time in the UK where even practically all people in Parliament were benefiting and making money from the slave trade. So eventually, John Newton, he was the guy who wrote Amazing Grace. He was a pastor. He had someone at his church go into Parliament and tackle slavery. And when he started, the votes were, I think it was like 300 for, it was about 280 plus for slavery, one against. And yeah, many years later, it was finally the other way around. It was like 216 against slavery and like 16 for. So
Well,
yeah, things could happen, but it's going to take some action.
it does. And I'll tell you the biggest thing is people got to stop errantly trusting the system, for crying out loud.
Yes. Yeah.
This unwarranted trust in academic authority, this unwarranted trust in governmental officials, or that some guy's going to come in and save America like a knight in shining armor. And I mean, this is just such loads of shit, man.
Yeah, and it's dangerous.
People putting their faith in other men.
Absolutely. Imagine someone dressed up as a police officer who is not a police officer, and then people just allow them into the house.
Hmm?
You cannot. You have to verify everything.
It happens.
It does. Yes. Many victims' lies can be very dangerous.
Yeah,
so
man.
You're absolutely right. We have to stop just trusting and go trust. We have an intuition, and there are ways to tell if someone is being honest.
The very first frame that comes up on my intro is the guy says, question everything. And the girl's saying, but even, and he just stops her and says, everything.
Nice.
That doesn't, no exceptions. Question everything. My God. Especially when we already know we're in the empire of lies, because they've shown us that truth is treason. Truth is treason in this place.
That's true.
So, yeah, we have to treat it that way. You have to treat it that way. You're being lied to. You've been lied to about where you are, when you are, and who you are. Just to name a few. Those are some biggies. And if you can pull that off worldwide, does that sound like the work of a man? Or is that a brilliant entity?
Who had many years to perfect?
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Long before we even came. I might add.
Yeah. Our parents had to deal with it.
Yep. Everybody does.
Bang makes a lot of noise.
What was the question?
Okay.
I can explain why. But it's a different debate.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have any thoughts, I don't want to do you bad there, Roger, but it's a little, it's left field for sure.
Yeah, he's just, in other words, saying that it violates the first law of thermodynamics, so therefore impossible.
But the Big Bang doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics, because there was nothing created or destroyed. Every bit of energy that exists within the universe now existed at the point.
Oh, this guy's a moron.
Where did it come from, Craig?
No one knows.
I know. The ontological primitives. But anyway, let's move on to another debate, because if you actually debate this, you're also going to suffer miserably.
Well, no, because I understand the Big Bang globe model and you don't. So.
Well, remember, I wanted to debate biblical Earth, which would have been based on this ontological primitives tonight, and you don't debate biblical Earth.
Wow, he doesn't debate biblical Earth? That's my position.
Yeah.
No, he
Craig
won't.
doesn't debate biblical Earth.
Wow.
Probably because it's based on a book.
No.
It's probably because he's deathly afraid of the Bible, and he's hiding from God by playing "You Can't See Me." That's what's going on.
But Luca, isn't the other books just like what you mentioned, a book? Why is the Bible, which is made up of 66 books in the KJV, not valid, but the other books are?
Well,
yeah, I mean,
they've been scientifically looked at. Thoroughly.
The Bible's more scientific than your gravity, mate.
No, there's no science in the Bible.
Luca, do you remember the very first sentence of the Bible?
No, what is that?
Oh, it's okay. Well, if you ever get a moment, feel free to check it out. And then
at the beginning, God created the earth or something.
Yeah, it's 10 words. In the beginning, which is time, and time comes in past, present, future. So in the beginning, God created the heaven. So the heaven in the KJV, other Bibles will say heavens. but so God created the heaven, which some say is space, so length, height, width, and so in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So there's your matter, which is uh, solid, liquid, gas. So basically, in the very first sentence of the Bible, we get where time, space, and matter
But
arrive, and it
people
arrives
wrote
in that
that.
logical order. So if you would actually, I'm not sure if have you read the Bible, if you don't mind me asking, Luca?
Not much, no.
No, okay, that's okay. How many hours or minutes in your entire life do you think you've devoted to studying the history or anything about the Bible, if you don't mind?
uh, maybe I know a few for an hour.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, thank you for sharing. I would recommend maybe spending a little bit more time, and then that way you can have a better point of view to say whether or not you can
Like I know like
reject
a
it.
general overview of the stories that the Bible tells. Like the big main one, the one where Jesus was born and got nailed to the cross and stuff to save us from the sins or something.
Yeah, yeah, it's a really interesting
And
thing to go over.
Moses.
I hope we can go over it with you in the future. But yeah, thank you for taking the question. By the way, my name is John, and it's a pleasure to chat with you. Thank you, Luca.
Nice to meet you, John.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, and thank you,
Yay.
guys.
Right on, man. Well, let's get
Are
this
you going now?
a little further going here then.
Okay.
Because they're both books.
Great.
Let's
Yep,
try to move on there, gents.
that's what I thought.
LJ asks, at what height does the vacuum of space start at? That's for you, FTFE.
But like,
Well, there is no vacuum of space. Space is just a low pressure area. Really,
That's
That
low
is so
pressure.
false.
There is a gradient. The accepted
There he had to slip in that gradient bullshit again too.
Yeah, but also he says space is not a vacuum.
Yeah.
So would you do us a favor and just quickly go onto Google and type space vacuum and
All right.
or the different amounts of vacuum in space, and they'll say space is an ultra vacuum.
Okay, space vacuum. The strictest criterion to define a vacuum is a region of space and time where all the components of the stress energy tensor are zero. Which means that this region is devoid of energy and momentum. And by consequence, it must be empty of particles and other physical fields.
Mm-hmm. But space is not empty. So
Right.
it can't be a
So,
vacuum.
Space in itself violates what space is.
yes.
But you guys call it a vacuum. You call
But
it an
that's like-
ultra vacuum. So
No.
What's the pressure in dead
10
space?
to the 10 to the
10 to
17
the
10 to the 17
Torah.
Right.
yeah, minus 17 tall.
Yeah,
Right.
that one.
And you realize that the Earth's here at sea level, that's 760 torr. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And they
something
can't even
way higher.
achieve in a thing called a vacuum chamber even close to that. And
Well,
it's still call it a
obviously
vacuum,
not.
don't they? So
Look, perfect vacuums.
nobody
Don't
said anything
exist.
about a perfect vacuum. There's no such thing.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
That's right. Do
So in
vacuums
space,
suck?
there's about
Do vacuums suck?
no.
Okay, I typed in is space a vacuum? It says outer space is very low density and pressure and is closest physical approximation of a perfect vacuum.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty damn close to perfect vacuum.
Even NASA.gov, we can
Yeah,
tell
it's
that most of the
pretty
universe is
close.
a vacuum.
I mean, people often refer it as a vacuum because
So
it's as close to a vacuum
Again,
as you're
it's
gonna
two things
get.
at once. Again, it's two things at once. It's always this with the globe. It's both things at once.
Well, for simplicity,
It's either a
referred
goddamn
to as
vacuum or it's not, right?
It's simpler to call it a vacuum rather than a low pressure
Right.
system.
Right. It
Do
doesn't.
you know
exist.
why they call it a
Luca.
vacuum, though, Luch? Do you know why they call it a vacuum?
Simplicity.
Because it's a separate system.
What?
Because it's a separate system. That's why on Earth, with the pressure gradient, it's not called a vacuum. It's called a pressure gradient, because it's the same system. Space is a separate system to Earth, so therefore a vacuum.
So you're saying that space is called a vacuum because it's separate from the Earth?
Yes.
Does the great attractor have any effect on the so-called vacuum, you think?
What's the great attractor?
Some believe, I saw a documentary that a German team may have found it using one of their satellites. And what it is, some believe the galaxies are rotating around the great attractor, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh.
Well, I know that if you use a +4 elfin sword on an orc, it does +6 damage.
Especially if you have a
D&D
power up.
I mean, it really, really, these people sit around and they argue about shit that don't even fucking exist. That's what's so funny.
Gotta get that natural 20.
No, but
Great
the thing
point.
I find very ironic is the people that's claiming to be experts on the subject doesn't even know their own religion.
I know. I know.
I'd say that it's called a vacuum because it's just low pressure. Well, extremely
Okay,
low
Luke,
pressure.
that's what it is.
Line where we say this is the boundary between space and not space is approximately 100 kilometers, and it's called the Kármán line. However, to suggest that there is a point where it goes from atmosphere to no atmosphere is just a straw man of the globe claim. We have a gradient that goes from 14.7 psi all the way up to not very much. Simple as that.
Oh, this is
There we
flat
go.
side.
Why space is a vacuum? Just had to point that out. That's my rebuttal to that.
Yeah, but space isn't a vacuum. It's not.
Just had on screen.
Yeah, it's a little article written by somebody that probably in it
I can
says
be multiple.
Yeah, but it's the entire scientific world.
But no, I gotta have the last word. I'm never wrong. I can't be wrong.
Your citations disagrees with me, so your citations is everybody's wrong.
No, there's straw man.
I'd like to see that citation actually.
All
see
those
if Craig's
citations
right.
are straw man. I think that he just read it a couple of minutes ago, didn't you, Flatside?
Oh, did you?
I read 3 different ones, even from NASA.
But I'd like to. I think what Craig said there was that in the article it probably says like not a perfect vacuum or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but no one said anything about a perfect vacuum, so that's just a red herring.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say a vacuum. I'd say is why people said vacuum of space is because it is a vacuum. It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's a vacuum.
Mm-hmm. Then it would have to be separate from the Earth system.
Luca, do you think it acts like a vacuum in the same sense that a vacuum chambers on Earth function?
Well, no, because well, maybe. Is it? Well, I know it's extremely cold, so you'd die if you went into it.
Celtic hammers a brute in here tonight. Anyway.
World knows that space is not a perfect vacuum because there's things in space. You know,
So it is a vacuum, just not perfect vacuum. Right.
It's not a vacuum, it's a low pressure area.
Not a perfect vacuum.
If we're talking physics wise, anything low compared to high can be considered a vacuum. But when we're talking about the vacuum of space, it is not a perfect vacuum, it's just a low pressure area.
Yeah.
It's a separate system, therefore a vacuum.
We gotta carry on. LJ, coming in for the second one says, why don't
All right. A low vacuum is considered anything between 760 torr to 10 to the negative 3 torr. Okay. That's including us. Okay. So just for reference, a vacuum cleaner goes at 600 torr, thermos bottle 10 to the negative 3. Now, a high vacuum is considered anything from 10 to the negative 3 torr to 10 to the negative 9. Okay. Ultra high vacuum is 10 to the negative 9 to a 10 to the negative 12. Now, they tell us that space is 10 to the negative 11. The atmosphere on the moon or 10 to the negative 17, and the atmosphere on the moon is 10 to the negative 11. Okay. So there you go. If you want to go, those are the definitions. So at the Kármán line, 62 miles high, that's considered the boundary with space. Okay. And at 327,360 feet, the pressure is 1 Pascal, 1 times 10 to the negative 3 torr. Now, that's what they tell us. And that's equivalent to 0.00002 psi, called a low vacuum. So just to give you that little bit there. Now, if you had your soda bottle, your soda can, I had those specifications written down as far as temperatures and pressures are concerned too, to show that gravity will not stop the equalization of the pressurized gas within the can. Oh, somebody fell off the stage. I had to pick him back up.
Yeah, my alarm went off, so my phone froze. I had to go out and in.
Well, you'd still die if you went to either one.
Yes, you'll die if you go up on Everest too and hang out too fucking long.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
there's that. God has all these really cool methods that he's put in place to keep us from getting out. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant habitat. You can't go down, can't go up. I mean, try to go sideways and it's blistering cold. I mean, there's a lot of deterrents, man. A lot of natural deterrents.
So why has God done that to us?
I have a suggestion.
What do you mean? Hold on. That's an interesting way to do it. Why has God done that to us? Well, what in the hell else do you need? Everything you need is here. All the space you need, every medicine you need, every food you need, every mineral you need, every resource you need. Why in the hell? What do you mean do that to you? He did this for you.
That's a great point. I was thinking of another idea as well.
What's that?
Okay. Can we just rephrase the question one more time? I lost the train of thought, but
he's like, why would God do this to us?
Oh yes, thank you. So if you can, thank you. So if you compare the two models, there's the biblical flat Earth model, which is at one end of the spectrum, and let's look at the other end of the spectrum, which is the Big Bang. With the Big Bang, there's almost no limits, but with the biblical cosmology, there are limits, like physical limits. The firmament, and as Sovereign mentioned, right? We've got extreme temperatures reminding us that, hey, maybe go back to the beach, enjoy a little, grab a coconut. And so with the two models, you have limits, and the other model, you have no limits. So with the no limits, you'll see there's no rules, whereas in the biblical model, there are rules that come along with this cosmology. Yeah. And the rules act as your protection, Luca.
Yes.
Well,
and
I'd say
what does that save you from? What does that keep the fear away from?
Yeah, and it keeps someone from going into your property, into your place, and taking your property. It protects you from people going into you and harming you, right?
And it also protects you from giant rocks.
Yeah.
Right, and there's no giant rocks coming from out there.
Well, actually,
asteroids and all this other nonsense that they try to say.
The fear of it, yeah.
A person at like a party. Right, I've only heard about this. I haven't seen it myself, but a person at a party got absolutely destroyed by a meteorite as it pierced his body and splashed into the pool behind him. So that was unlucky.
Yeah,
A
I would have to
meteorite
see.
came hurling down from the sky and pierced his body, killing him
Yeah.
instantly.
Well, that definitely means that something came from space and did that then, Luca. I can tell you. And without verification that this even really occurred, I can without a doubt, with 100% confidence, say that it had to have been a rock from outer space, right?
Well, it was traveling
Well, of course not.
really, really fast.
Don't be so gullible. That's called gullible. Okay. If you're going to be that gullible, people are going to take advantage of you your whole life, man.
Yeah,
Don't
great
we
point.
have non-CGI footage of space in 2024?
We do. SpaceX did lots very recently. Very, very beautiful non-CGI footage that was live streamed.
I agree.
In fact, well, give me just 1 second.
I had some questions about that.
Let me hold this up so you can see it.
Yeah, man.
Where is it? Right. There we go. Non-CGI footage of space taken on board the SpaceX Starship as it started its boost back and going back to Earth. You can even see the bits of ice particles coming out at the top from the coolant fluid. So yeah, this is non-CGI. The flat earthers will claim that it's CGI.
I would never claim that to be CGI. I'd say that's a natural effect of that lens. That's a natural effect of that lens. No, it's not CGI.
So it's real?
Well, it's a real picture, sure, but it's
From
distorted
space?
by a curved lens. Obviously.
Is it a real picture from space?
It's a picture from high altitude.
So how high is the firmament?
Oh, I don't know. Go up there and touch it, measure it, figure it out.
Some people think the highest point is above the North Pole, and it could be 100 miles or 100 kilometers.
Luca.
How in the fuck would I know that, Luca?
Okay, let's put it this way, Luke. Did you eat a piece of steak recently?
No.
Okay, did you eat any kind of meat recently?
Chicken, I guess.
Chicken. Okay. Can you tell us what's the name of the chicken you ate, please?
No. Chicken.
Exactly.
Did you see a picture of the chicken you ate?
No.
What color was the chicken that you ate? What color feathers did it have?
I don't know. Probably
you don't know,
white.
but you know it was chicken. How do you know it was chicken then?
Because I know what chicken tastes like.
There you go. So now you just answered your own question.
What?
You just answered your own question.
Because I know.
Because you know it's chicken. You know that it must be chicken because it looks like chicken. It tastes like chicken. Therefore, it must have come from a chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. So we have air pressure. And we know that a volume of gas can only be possible within containment. And then this contained volume will have pressure due to the fact that it is contained. So, knowing that we have a volume of gas, this is why we're breathing. We can only conclude that it must be contained or we would not have it. That's simple. Okay. I don't have to go touch it. I don't have to know what it's made of, although I'd like to. I only have to know that it must exist.
Or something is keeping it contained.
Well, what? Can you think of anything that will contain a gas that is not a physical barrier?
A force.
What kind of a force can you think of that can contain a gas physically from equalizing or moving about or anything else? How can you contain a gas with a force? What are you going to use for that force?
Acceleration.
No.
Acceleration's not a force. Acceleration's a byproduct of a force.
Acceleration times mass equals a force.
No. A force causes acceleration. Acceleration isn't a force.
But F equals ma, right?
Yes,
Right.
force equals a mass to accelerate.
M times A.
Yes, acceleration is caused by a force, not acceleration is a force.
Yeah, if you wanted to work out A, it would be F times.
Are you
M,
suggesting, wait a second, are you suggesting that air has a downward acceleration due to gravity?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
why
well
we have the gradient.
then you do not understand gas laws at
But
all.
that's why we have the gradient.
No, because you guys keep trying to say this mass attracts mass, and because
Yeah.
the air has mass, it can only mean that it is drawn to the mass of the earth. But you
Yeah.
have absolutely no empirical evidence of this whatsoever.
But we
Yeah,
You
even
cannot
Craig,
demonstrate.
even
You
Craig had
cannot.
to concede this with Mount Everest.
the
Right.
Oh, would that be the Schahelian experiment?
So here's the thing. Until you can demonstrate through repeatable experimentation a downward acceleration of air due to gravity, that's bunk.
We
Pseudoscience.
can say mass.
You can
mass
say
affects
that
mass,
dragon
and
fart caused it.
therefore
It don't
it
matter.
must
It only matters
must affect gravity.
if you can
It must
prove
affect-
that air has a downward acceleration due to gravity. You would have to demonstrate a downward force, not a displacement, a downward force. And
Well,
we don't see that.
since mass affects mass,
No,
it
it
would
doesn't.
be only
No, it does not.
logical to
No,
say
mass does not attract mass, obviously, or the
It
mass
does.
of the air would be
Okay,
affected by gravity, which it
I
is
don't know.
not and cannot
It
be
is.
shown to do.
I,
It
No,
I
it's
don't know.
not. You
What
can say
about
it is
some
wait,
until
masses
you
that repel other
wait,
masses?
Why
listen.
does
You
it?
can
Why
say
does
it is. You can believe mass attracts mass. It's not true.
So
Yeah. What
why
about
does
But
it
some mass that
need to be
repels other
shown?
masses?
Why
Yeah,
does
like
it
a
need to
zeppelin
be
in the earth.
shown to be true?
What?
Why does it need to be shown to be true?
Because if you're going to claim something that goddamn bizarre, you have to have proof of it.
But-
Okay, bizarre claims require extraordinary proof.
So
Luca,
Yeah?
did you see the argument that I gave to Craig when it came to him claiming this exact phenomena, and when he claimed using Mount Everest for the proof?
No. What was that?
Okay, should we ask him the same questions I asked Craig?
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
Luca,
ahead.
is Mount Everest part of Earth's mass?
Well, yeah, it is. Yes.
Okay, and you guys are claiming the gas is attracted to the mass of Earth.
Yeah.
So, do we see any gas attraction to Mount Everest?
We probably would. Yeah.
Okay.
The
What
answer
about
is
the?
no.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Luca.
Hmm?
What happens? What's in a helium balloon? Is that a gas?
Yeah. Helium,
Well,
right?
so if it's attracted, is it not attracted to the Earth, or does it not just want to self-sort, go back to where other helium resides above the plane?
Well, we have the air gradient. That
Okay, but
should
yeah,
that
we're
should
talking
answer why
about
it gets up.
gas attracting, having a downward force. So what about the helium gas in a balloon?
So because of the air is being pulled down, the lighter air would be forced up. So that's why the balloon goes up.
That's
Okay, so let's remove the balloon. Where does the helium go, you think?
It would go up.
So it wouldn't go down to the Earth as you
No,
are
it's
postulating?
lighter air. It's lighter.
Okay.
No, so not gravity holding the gases.
No, it's because of gravity holding the heavier gases down that the lighter gases get forced up. It's like
But we don't feel any downward force of air, Luca.
You
That's a
can-
problem.
you can equate the air to water here.
No, you
for this
cannot.
example.
No, you cannot.
You can, though.
No,
for
you
this
cannot
example,
equate the air to the water. One
because
is a
if you
gas,
let
one is a gas, one is a liquid.
because
We are
if you
talking
let
about a
go,
gas. I don't care about the liquid. I'm talking about a gas. We do not feel a downward force of air. Ever.
why would we?
Because you just said gravity's pulling it to the earth. That indicates a downward direction. That the
Yeah.
weight of it is coming down on you. The weight of air doesn't come down on you. The pressure you feel is your displacement. This means that 14 pounds per square inch means that every portion of your surface area is experiencing 14 pounds per square inch. Okay, that's what that means per square inch.
From all directions, yeah.
Yeah. It's not coming down on you. Otherwise, my square inches would only be my top of my head and my shoulders, like you're looking straight down at me. I'd feel more pressure if I laid down. So that whole idea of air being pulled to the earth, that's just dumb as shit. Nobody's ever been able to show it. Nobody can show it because gas doesn't, even if gravity existed, it doesn't give a shit about gases. That's just the reality of that.
Okay, I gotta go.
But
Thanks for the stream.
All right. Well,
Cheers,
thanks
man.
Thank you
popping
for
on,
coming,
Flat Boy.
Flat Side.
Cheers,
Thank
enjoy
you
it,
for-
and welcome to Flat Earth, Luca.
Thank
Really
you.
enjoy
Yeah,
it,
man.
Cheers,
Thank
cheers.
you for staying up.
Thank you, Flatzoid, for all you do.
Nice to meet you, man.
Oh,
Right on.
likewise. Thank you.
Good night. Well, good night, Flat Side. I guess it would be nighttime for him, yeah. Well, he would
It's
need
just
to
a
go to
claim.
bed.
It's not. I don't care if you say it is.
Is it
We've
in
had
space?
high footage of Earth since the 1940s from space.
Is that in space?
Yes.
But you haven't shown us a demonstration that you can violate all gas laws to have the claimed space.
Well, it went to space. There's no gas laws being violated. It went to space.
All right, let's carry on. Matters Now asking, how does Flatzoid explain the direct F-camera feed from the Starship going to space and seeing a curve that was obviously not CGI?
If you guys know anything about production, you can easily do those productions, mate. It's all just a show.
Yep.
It's fake because it has to be.
All right.
Yeah, because it violates natural law to claim it goes to space.
No, it doesn't. There's no natural laws it violates.
You
That's
haven't
a strong-
demonstrated it yet. Remember, I get the last word. It's my super chat. So
He's about to lose himself. You remember when that kid would lose his shit? And what was that movie where that kid was named McLovin? He got that fake ID, called himself McLovin, and he was, he'd get that same little,
Oh, I'm not
you know,
sure.
like that every time. It kind of reminds me of him.
Duping
Yeah, but
delight
you don't
comes
know
to
what
mind.
natural laws are, so you...
oh, really? It's a
Yeah.
tendency for
I'm not saying
everything
that
to
he's
happen in
doing
nature.
it, but
It's a
He's
world
still
is-
talking to me while I'm supposed to get the final say.
Well,
Yeah, well,
if he wants to,
That's a sign of failure, by the way.
if he wants to respond to and you want to bounce it back, that's fine because we've been doing that the whole time. But yeah, if you want to wrap up your thought there, Flatzoid, go for it, and then if you could just hold your thought,
Okay.
FT.
Shot. Yeah, the thought is first demonstrate the violation of gas laws, then you can claim that space is real.
Okay. All right, we'll carry on. LJ says, share your screen with real non-CGI footage of space.
Me?
That is from LJ, and he is always here to ask questions to our Globe speakers. So, LJ, always a pleasure to have you here. And every time people share their screen, everybody sees my Dio background. I got caught.
Go,
Shout out to LJ.
change my video feed for you. Remix video. There we go. Non-CGI footage of space. This was taken with a Hasselblad camera in 1972. No CGI involved. Next.
Oh,
Any thoughts
he
there,
knows
Flatzoid,
what he's
or-
he knows what he's fucked up to because he goes next. That's his proof. Non-CGI. I'll go with him that it was not CGI.
Okay.
Is it an actual photograph of the Earth? Absolutely. Well, yeah, it is. But
Nice.
there was faulty shit done. Okay.
No.
That picture was taken at high altitude from the interior of a vessel, okay, through a round window with the lights turned off inside. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how they got it. They just shot through a round window with no lights on in the room at high altitude of the Earth. That's all.
Yeah, Sovereign. I was actually examining these photos and I was sharing my results with Jaren. Very interesting because I'm trying to get into the details of these photos if they're real. Because on the Earth, right, there's something called the subsolar point. That's the closest part of Earth that is a direct line to the closest part of the sun, supposedly. So generally, that subsolar point travels between the tropics, and around the subsolar point, there should be a hot spot, right? So you should be able to detect this with photographs. Software by adjusting levels, which I've done, and I don't see any hot spots compared to real photographs. So I've been sharing them with Jaren and people to take a
Has
look at.
anybody checked that one for background noise? Because if anybody's ever seen the documentary by Bart Sabril called
That's a must.
Yeah, well, he got that footage that's showing him faking that damn photograph right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy, that's why that one guy was wanting to fight him and threaten him with the CIA and everything else, man. It was like, come on, man, you guys faked that shit, man.
Yeah, that was in the follow-up to his first expose. The first one was a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and the follow-up was where he brought the Bible out.
Yeah.
Astronauts gone wild. Wow.
That's
I
not
forgive
bad.
them all, by the way. But
What happened in that one?
in the follow-up?
No, the funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
That's a must. That came out just before Flat Earth, if I'm not mistaken, or around that time.
Like
2000.
what happened?
So in that, it was an expose. It went through all the red flags for the moon landing, from the telemetry data to the lawyer who was suing NASA. He was, some people think, including his family members, if I'm not mistaken, he was murdered because he was taking NASA to court. James Webb, he also resigned days before the landing. They also saved for the climax how they faked the shape of the Earth. As Sol mentioned, they were inside the cabin on the low Earth orbit. Machine. Sorry, I think someone found the exact model of the plane. But yeah, I take it you haven't seen the documentary.
No, I have not.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of globe defenders, even the well-seasoned globe defenders, have not watched this documentary. And the interesting part is Bart Sibrel himself is a globe defender. So I highly recommend taking an hour of your time to watch the full expose. I have the climax on my YouTube channel. Luca, no pressure.
Okay.
Yeah, but Flat Earth, essentially for many Flat Earth Day 1 or Flat Earth 101 includes the moon landing. So
here, check this out. I'm going to put this down here for y'all. And put this in the regular chat. I'm going to put it in the private chat.
Why couldn't the moon landing have happened?
Because you can't get out of Earth's fucking system, man.
But it's an open system.
No, it's not. It can't be, or you would be dead.
Why?
Because you need air to breathe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if the Earth was, let's say, 14 billion years.
I've already explained to you, Luca. Gravity has no effect on gas.
Well, thank God mass attracts mass. Otherwise, it'd be dead.
Well, no, mass doesn't attract mass. Otherwise, it would have an effect on gas. There's a song for you.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Can you show this?
It's logically.
No, it's not logical at all. Otherwise, you would feel a downward. Do you feel or measure a downward force of air?
I said in chat why you wouldn't.
Do you feel
the weight
a
of air.
downward pressure of air?
I explained in chat why you wouldn't feel a downward.
Okay,
pressure
I'll
of
tell you
air,
why you don't, because there isn't one.
But I gave a
Okay.
logical explanation.
No,
in
you did
chat.
not. You made a piss poor excuse.
The weight of
Okay.
air is not directly felt because it is evenly distributed over our body's surface.
How can that be if it's pushing down?
That's all around us. So.
Well, that's right. It's due to displacement. So it's not pushing down.
Luca, what do you think the ancient Greeks thought of before gravity was invented?
Well, I'm sure they didn't really put much thought into it.
No, but they thought about putting up sticks and shadows and shit. Really? Nobody was sitting there wondering, well, you know, how are we breathing? Where's this air come from? We have a word called atmos, but we don't care anything about it or wonder anything about it. We're just going to have a word for it and never wonder about it.
Did they even have atmosphere back in those
The word
days?
atmos comes from the word atmos is a Greek word, my friend. It means vapor.
When was it?
gas.
When was it? When was it?
Long time ago. I'm not going to get into the etymology of it. Anybody that knows anything already knows this. If you don't, go back and research it. I'm not going to waste my time with dumb rudimentary shit, Luca. Come on, man. You're wasting my time.
Okay, I'll leave. I'm sorry.
You don't have to leave, but you're going off on semantic fucking bullshit. If you want to show me some kind of a demonstration that will prove there's a downward acceleration of air due to gravity, or any downward acceleration of air for that matter, for any reason, then by all means show it.
Yeah, show it right now. Should be easy.
Okay, it's a demonstration of air moving down or something.
Downward acceleration of air due to gravity.
Downward.
Meanwhile, we're going to get back on track.
Yep.
No, same thing.
Alrighty, well, let's carry on there, everybody. And thank you once again to everybody who's putting into the super chats to entice our guests here to have more juicy discussion. So let's see as I scroll up. Mr. E-Man, actually, we got a few more above that. Kango44 says, for Flatzoid, please explain why it's harder to carry a weight up an inclined surface than along a flat surface. Please don't say stupid things, they say. Oh, you're being spicy, Kango. Stop that. Behave yourself.
Kango,
whatever your answer, can FTFE correct you, they say. Well, we're doing bouncing, but yeah, let's go back to the original question. Please explain why it's harder to carry a weight up an inclined surface than along a flat surface.
Expenditure of energy. Requires more energy to actually go up an incline than flat. It's simple as that.
Why?
Because you have to require more distance to go up than to go forward. You require more energy to lift your leg up higher.
Why?
Expenditure of energy, Craig.
Yeah, why? Why does it take more
Because
energy?
expenditure of energy. I don't know. Don't you burn kilojoules every time you move? Every time you yap that mouth of yours?
Yeah, but why does it take more energy to lift something up than move it
I don't
down?
know. You go ask yourself that, because if you don't understand how expenditure of energy works, it's not my problem.
Oh, no, I understand that's just words that you said, but you never gave a mechanism for why it's harder to go up than down.
When you move, you burn calories. That is expenditure of energy. Therefore, it's harder to move upwards than forward.
All right, well, FTFE respond. You get the last word there.
You're literally just saying things, whereas the reason why it's harder is simple. It's because of
gravity, you fucking.
Wow. Remember, gravity is not a force.
Thank goodness.
Have you
Did
ever
you notice
heard
how
of
it
fucking
froze there?
gravity? Gravity!
I'm glad it froze when it
Memes
swore
now.
there.
Okay, let's carry
I'm
on.
gonna-
Flatzoid, last word there.
Right. Simple. Gravity is not a force, Craig.
Right.
You trying to equate gravity as a force shows you're not just ignorant to the subject, you're being willfully dishonest. Thank you.
The straw man, gravity creates a force, not is a force.
All right, all this talk about walking uphill is making me tired. All right, I'm not like James and
Yeah.
ripping all the.
Yeah, you should quit, Ryan. I would quit and go find something else to do, like manage the back room of an appliance store that nobody goes to. You know, that would probably be best for you because you certainly don't fucking know how to moderate a debate.
The time, all right.
Shout out to James.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, we love James. Awesome. So, yeah, he was on the other day.
Bring James back.
So, if you missed it,
Prostate was
Lord
brilliant.
of modern day debate was on. Soon to be Dr. James.
Maybe when James gets back, he can teach Ryan how to fucking moderate. You know?
Yeah, you know, I noticed modern day debate in some instances is turning into modern day insult.
Yeah. That's all this dickhead right here's got. That and that was clever. His little clip of some guy screaming gravity. Well, that really puts it out there for you. That makes it a point. That makes it so. Have some hillbilly in a fucking wig go gravity. Okay.
Right? Yeah.
What a
Imagine the children watching.
Well, he's watching himself. There's one child watching.
So yeah, have a check-in on that once you're done here. Master E-Man says, can Flatzoid please present at least some evidence or measurements for the flatness of the Earth ever?
Yes, it's called planar surveying. All planar surveying takes no Earth curve into account when doing surveying. There we go.
As a response to that, planar surveying purposely ignores the curvature of the Earth because it's done over such a short distance that the curvature of the Earth is irrelevant.
It's not ignoring it. It's not there. Of course, you're going to ignore it. Then somebody takes these sections of planar surveys, stitches them together, then adds fictitious curve to it. Oh, how cool.
However, if you do surveying over large distances, non-planar surveying, then you absolutely do 100% take the curvature of the Earth into account. In fact, with the transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel, every triangle they measured across the continental United States had a sum of angles greater than 180 degrees, indicating that the surface of the Earth is curved.
What's a triangle, Craig?
Okay, let's carry on. Last word was for Flatzoid. We got to carry on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with all these questions.
A triangle is an enclosure of 3 lines, not arcs, nothing else, lines. An enclosure of 3 lines.
Finger's going to be tired if I have to keep scrolling up after checking that live chat. I see you guys hanging out in there and appreciate it. Since you got so much to say with all those thumbs that are typing, why don't you hit that like button, whether you're hanging here or hanging elsewhere? I don't mind helping out. All right. Matters Now says, why is there non-CGI footage of the moon passing over the Earth from the DIS VR satellite after show on Matters Now, hosted by Max?
I believe that.
I think it's for you. So this one's from Max. It says, why is there non-CGI footage of the moon passing over the Earth from the DIS VR satellite?
First of all, you cannot claim space to be real if you haven't shown a demonstration how you can violate every gas law in history. I don't know how much time I have to answer this. But yeah, the moon's a real thing.
I think we'll just carry on.
Gas laws are violated with gravity. There is no gas laws that say gravity cannot do this thing. So,
and I'm going to end that with, he failed to show us any gas law that does take gravity.
All right, coming in from Mr. E-Man
by saying that it doesn't need to be because gas laws are about gas, not about gravity.
But if gravity affects the gas, you have to fucking include it. Stupid, right? You got it in your buoyancy formula. You slipped it in there and it's not necessary, right? You dishonest creep.
Buoyancy
and we breathe.
requires gravity.
What's that?
Buoyancy requires
No, it doesn't.
gravity.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
It's in the formula.
Yeah, that's observed effect, Luca. I don't know how many times you've been told this shit, but you can't be that dumb. Okay? That's an observed effect. Is gravity What is it? It's a number. It's 9.8 meters per second. What is
Yeah,
that?
that's right.
Oh, it
9.8
is.
meters
So
per
gravity's a
second squared.
number. Gravity's a number.
It's an acceleration.
It's an
of
acceleration.
9.8
No, it's
meters per
not. The
second.
acceleration is due to
Gravity.
right. So it's not gravity, right?
It's acceleration due to
It's
gravity.
acceleration. You assume gravity.
Where else would
It's
the
it's
acceleration come from?
acceleration that you've assumed to be gravity.
So where
Okay.
else
No,
would
no,
it
no.
come
Listen to me. I'm not finished. It's acceleration due to assumption. Okay, that's what you're doing. You could say acceleration due to leprechaun spells. It doesn't change the fact or the effect. Okay, because your cause is assumptive. The G can be changed to an A for acceleration without an assumed cause. The cause isn't even necessary in the equation. They slip that in there to reinforce this bullshit idea in your head. You understand? It's an observed effect. So it's not in there. Now, you've been told this a bunch of times. I've been there on Flatzoid, and you've been told now for months this very same fucking thing. And I don't know why you can't get it through your head.
Yeah, I can't get it.
All right, that was the last word
Right.
for you there, Flatzoid. So let's carry on. Mr. E-Man, if one more orbit traveled east to get to New Zealand from Antarctica, why is it that when you travel west from New Zealand, you get to Australia?
I don't understand the question, but okay. You're just moving in directions, mate. Well done.
You're moving specifically in directions that match the predictions of a globe.
Not actually.
Actually, that was the point of the question.
No, not actually.
Every
You know,
single
one orbit.
one more orbit team was matching the predictions of what they would expect to happen on the globe.
And you can place that
prediction bullshit
exactly on a
again.
flat map, and it does the route that it should be on a flat map. Well done.
What
Show
the
me.
fuck he thinks this shit's like Nostradamus or something? What a dumbass. Predictions. I think he likes that
Predictions
word
are-
because it's got dick in it.
Predictions are part of the scientific method.
Yeah.
They never went straight through Antarctica as they claimed to do.
Could you, which flat map?
I got the final say, Craig.
It's exciting. There's a flat map, guys. Come on, let's see it.
All maps are flat.
All right, I was gonna say,
Next.
yeah, if you inject, I gotta give it back to Flatzoid to end it off. It's just the rules of how we employ the debate. So, Mr. E-Man asks again, if that one we just did. LJ to both. When you're standing in the middle of the road looking down at it, are you saying the clouds drop down to touch the street at the horizon? It's for you, FTF.
No. Perspective.
No, I think he's mocking the flat Earth position there. So
He's making fun of you claiming the horizon is physical, Craig. The fact that you don't get that.
no, I don't. If he is, then his humor is not very good.
Or you're just too stupid to know that he yanked your chain. That's all.
It would be a straw man of my claim because I didn't mention the clouds a single time in my description of the horizon. So it can't be mocking me because it wasn't about anything that I said.
Can the clouds go behind the horizon, Craig?
Yeah, absolutely.
So therefore, it's your claim, Craig. Well done.
I'd never said that at all during this debate, but and I'd never said that when you look down, the circle around you is now your horizon. That's not what I said, and there's another straw man of my claim.
That is, we brought up the definition and claimed
Last
field
word,
of view is physical.
last word is for FTF.
Bounding circle. Bounding circle means the limit of what you can see when you're looking out, not just
Right.
looking at the floor and ignoring
Yes.
everything else that you can actually see.
Yes.
All right. LJ coming in again says, why can't we isolate, measure, and control gravity?
We can absolutely isolate the things that affect gravity. The prediction is that gravity is affected by both.
Here he is with that prediction. He likes that word because it's got dick in it, I think.
It's part of
says
the
that.
scientific method.
He
so-
says that all the time. No, he's employing it as though it's like Psychic Friends Network. You know, and most of the things that he's saying are predictions are not predictions at all. They're post-dictions. Okay. Listen, I'm going to make a prediction. I believe that somewhere tomorrow that between 1 and 3 p.m., my mail will arrive. See, I'm predicting that. So, am I really predicting it or am I post-dicting it?
You're predicting it.
No, I'm post-dicting it because it happens every fucking day. It happens every day. Monday through Saturday, it happens every day without exception. So it's a post-diction. Okay. I predict that tomorrow there will be morning. Am I making a prediction or am I making a post-diction? I'm making a post-diction because we have morning each day. Each day we have morning. There is no day that comes that doesn't start with morning. So that's a post-diction.
It's logical.
Well, it's a post-diction. It's not a prediction. Okay. A prediction is like, I think that this is going to happen because of this, right? And then what you do is you set up to prove that that's what's going on. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't do any of that. They just go, oh, I predicted that and it did what I said. So therefore I am right.
Well,
well, they're not. They haven't tested to see why it is. This idiot here thinks that the IV, which should be the gravitation itself, gravitational force itself.
But you can't affect it. You can't manipulate the gravitational force.
Because there isn't one. Don't you understand that? You can't test drive a green Toyota if there's no green Toyota. Do you understand?
That's not really the same thing.
It is the same thing. How do you isolate something that doesn't exist? This is why they've never isolated.
All they're saying is mass attracts mass.
I know, and they're obviously full of shit because we have examples to prove otherwise.
But why does the Cavendish experiment work?
It doesn't. It's not an experiment. The IV was not the force, which is what is caused.
Why would it be the force?
Because that's what you're fucking measuring for.
But you can't manipulate the force.
Well, apparently they're saying they can.
The IV would be the distance between them, right?
Okay, so now you're just what? Your IV, you're testing distances?
Oh no. The IV, because in the equation, or it's like the square.
All right, Luca. I'm tired of talking to people about this non-fucking experiment. I really am. I've showed example after example. Okay. I've brought up scientific research papers saying it's fucking horseshit. All right. We've shown video of it not working. The results are inconsistent. They throw out data that doesn't correspond. And if it doesn't work, they say, well, it was set up incorrectly. But if it does do what they want it to do, then it was set up correctly. That's a reification fallacy right to begin with.
That's
okay. So I don't want to talk about the fucking Cavendish anymore. It's stupid. It was a crazy old fucking man looking at balls from in a shed. Now, that may probably just be a story too. He might have been another one of these fucking perverts, and him looking at balls through a telescope might have been him spying on young boys in the locker room. So I'm tired of hearing about this fucking guy. Till you got something better than that bullshit, I don't even want to hear your mass attracting mass. I also want someone to actually prove a downward acceleration of air or shut the fuck up about it being pulled to the earth. Because until you can show that, it doesn't happen. I'm sorry. I know you can't have your spaceships and your fucking astronauts and all that bullshit without that nasty, that dumb fucking idea. But as of yet, no one has been able to demonstrate any volume of gas without a container anywhere under any condition. And you don't be giving the excuse, oh, it's too big. No, that's what she said. And as she found out, it wasn't too big. So there we go.
Thank you.
How you doing, Greg?
Hey, I have something really quick. Can I present my screen real quick and I'll make it quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, present. Share screen.
Yeah, flat Earth has been amazing.
Okay. Are you guys seeing my screen? Are you
Yeah,
seeing
man.
this? Do you see this map that I'm flopping around?
I see a sun.
I see a sun.
I see a sun over the
A sunset?
Or
It was a
something.
sun over mountains.
Yeah.
Nice picture.
Sorry, I shared the wrong thing. That's just my desktop. Dang it. I suck at this.
I like the hat.
Thanks, dude. Share screen. Okay. You see this?
All right, hang on. There we go.
All right. So you've probably heard of those LiDAR scans where those guys they fly a plane and they shoot lasers down to the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And especially over South America, where over the Amazon, they're able to look through the trees and stuff and see the ground and see like, oh, there's all these ancient things there. This is what it produces. What this is a point cloud. It's millions and millions of points.
Okay.
And the cool thing is like you're able to turn on and off certain things that it detects. So classifications.
Your microphone's got a lot of noise in it, man.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Got my stupid fan blowing on me.
Oh, that's what it was.
There you go.
That's better.
I was gonna say it sounds like you're outside or something.
Yeah.
The
Not my
ISS.
speedboat. This one doesn't have it. I thought this one had classifications turned on, but if it did, this is just a test sample. But I have a South American site in Argentina, a mining site that we're doing, that's 30 by 30, and it's huge. The point is, regardless of this one that's in Littleton, Colorado, it's about a mile or half a mile. Each point is determined by an XYZ location. That's it.
Right.
So if I bring in this file and show you in 3D what's going on.
Right, that's going to give you topographical.
Yes.
It's going to give you totally topographical.
It's totally cool. I can
imagery.
it's like a layer. I turn off the grass, I
understand.
turn off the trees, I turn off the buildings, whatever, and just see the ground. It's amazing. I love this stuff. And that's what that LiDAR stuff is. So for him to say that, whatever Craig douchebag said, he's like, over longer distances, they do actually account for the curvature of the Earth. I have a 30 by 30 kilometer, not even a mile, it's kilometers square, and I have to whittle it down into something that's manageable. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is the current program that we're using, Autodesk Recap, and that feeds into all the other Autodesk products. But I think that's just ridiculous. So yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Thanks
man.
for sharing.
Yeah, dude,
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, man. Technology they use. I think that's really neat, and the ability to find some of these lost cities and shit is really neat.
Yeah.
Now, if they could, I don't know, maybe do something like that to map the sea floor. Maybe they already have. I don't know, because I think there's some interesting shit. I mean, they're wanting to, let's go up here in space, and it's like, motherfucker, you don't even know what's under the ocean.
Yeah, I think the ocean is the least explored place in the universe.
I mean, I think that would be some important exploration. But no, we're putting all this resource into pretending that we're going into outer space. That's the dumbest shit I've seen yet, man. I mean, we live under the rule of some ass backwards motherfuckers, man. We really do. This place is insane.
Both mass and distance between masses. That is the prediction. The same way that if we want to affect magnetism, the way that I would do that is to increase the coils of a copper wire next to a rotor. And that would then increase the magnetism that is happening. I didn't directly increase the magnets. I increased the coils that made the magnetic field stronger. The same way with the Cavendish experiment, we do the thing that affects gravity to see if it matches our predictions. This is just an example of flat earthers not understanding experiments and therefore saying they've debunked it.
I'd say
Okay, just so I can have a rebuttal and he can just finish it off.
Absolutely.
Cavendish is not an experiment. It doesn't even have a viable hypothesis. Thank you.
That's just not true. There's absolutely a hypothesis, and that is that mass attracts mass.
All right. Matters now coming in again says, I'm confused, Flatzoid. All I heard was you deny gravity, like in my debate with you. This is coming from Ozian. Do you have any actual measurements of the entire Earth?
Yeah, planar surveying. And by the way, geodetic surveying comes after planar surveying. And 100 square miles is not a short distance. You don't even really observe further than that, do you?
You're doing, bigger surveying than just planar. So,
Linking horizontals together. Triangle. Yeah.
it's not.
Remember when I asked you what's a triangle?
Thing.
Ouch.
Yeah, triangle sum of the three angles. That's what it is.
Yeah, linking horizontal baselines.
Okay.
Yeah, but when those triangles are curved because
measured horizontals.
The angle sum up to
That's
what?
another debate we can have, which I would
Only
literally
means that it can
love
be on
to
a
school you on.
only means that it can be on a spherical surface when the sum of the angles add up to greater than 180. It's called a spherical.
Last word for you,
Do
Flatzoid.
all the angles measure up more than 180, Craig?
Unless you ask a question, that is.
That's it. A globe. Good job.
You didn't answer me, but okay.
Okay, let's carry on there, guys, because we're almost halfway through the super chats, and you guys are rocking them. So thank you so much to our speakers for keeping us moving through, and to all of our the people who are asking questions. Hopefully, we're getting to expound on what you're asking. Try to keep those questions friendly and relevant to what we're discussing. I don't want to have to skip over any, which you guys have all been good. So let's carry on. Kango44 says, Flatzoid, large bodies of water have higher pressure than the sky above them. Why don't the oceans rush to fill the sky? Whatever your answer, they're saying the same thing. They want FTFE to respond. So large bodies of water have higher pressure than the sky above them. Why don't oceans rush to fill the sky?
Gravity.
This is where gas is a different thing than liquids. Liquids are bonded, very dense. Gases are unbonded, always moving, never static, not very dense.
If water is always moving,
the pressure is still less than the other thing. So the entire pressure of the ocean is less than the entire pressure of the atmosphere. Yet for some crazy reason,
less. What? He said the pressure of the oceans is less than the entire atmosphere. He's full of fucking shit. He's just making shit up.
I just can't seem to fathom. The high pressure isn't rushing to meet the low pressure.
Oh, yeah. What's he saying?
This is me talking, and I get the last
word.
What the answer is, and it's no surprise, gravity.
He's gonna.
I can tell you.
I know.
You can take this as water. It's physical.
So,
how are you going to get something to pass through concrete? Maybe.
You can pass stuff through concrete actually because
last time I checked, when something's static, it doesn't move. But yeah,
it's by definition of the word static. Stopped, static, stopped, not moving, inert.
Okay, well, let's carry on. Icy Spin says, a Flatzoid explanation for a starship ignoring the firmament.
When so it's static, it doesn't move. Brilliant.
Maybe it's just not getting to the firmament yet. Who knows?
So there's a firmament.
There has to be containment. Remember, I'm a biblical cosmologist, so
that is the
static, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, means staying in one place without moving or not changing.
Yes. Yeah. And that's why
Craig laughed at the idea of something static not moving.
No,
this is because Craig is a retard.
No, he laughed at how obvious the answer was. But
No,
flat side
no,
asked
because
the
he turned
question
around
anyway.
and he doubled down on it, man. He said, no, it doesn't mean that.
Flat side asks such an obvious question that Craig
Oh,
laughed.
quit making excuses for that lesbian. Jesus.
To beg in the question.
Sorry.
But the containment.
All natural laws show that we need containment. Firmament containment.
All right, let's let FTFE respond. We'll give you the last word there.
Well, yeah, but gravity also is a thing, and the gravity is also a law. And it's very interesting how you will accept some scientific laws, but not others, as though you are the arbiter of what can and can't be science. That would require.
What scientific law? Are you talking about a law that you made up based on a theory of gravity? How the fuck can a theory be a law? A theory can't be a law, dickface. This guy, I don't think he knows anything. He really doesn't. All he does is act like a little bitch. That's all he really does.
Do you know what the word gravity reminds me of? The same thing of dinosaurs. Before that was the word dragon. But what happened was with modern day science, they have to take a word like gravitas and then invent a new word and give it a new spin to push their agenda. So before gravity was gravitas, and before dinosaurs was dragons.
Good.
That's
the word gravitas, it literally means weight. Okay, so things fall due to gravity. Things fall due to weight. I agree. In the context of weight. What is weight is the relative density of an object within a given medium. It's a ratio.
Yeah, and in water, there's a term called hydrologic sorting, right?
Right.
So we take various dense materials, shake it up, and it'll self-sort. Same thing applies above sea level, in my opinion.
Well, and you've got all kinds of shit going on, temperature and that's constantly fluctuating. And as I pointed out before, I have a digital barometer in my house, and this thing actually computes the millibars of change that have happened each hour.
Wow.
Okay. What does that mean? That means that the pressure is not static. So the way these guys act is it's 14.7 here, and it's this much here, and it's this much here, and it's like a layer cake. And it's not. It's not.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe the sun affects this pressure change, right? As it's traversing. Yeah, as it traverses and cuts through the sky above the plane.
Gas molecules they move faster when heat is applied. They start slowing down when they cool.
Yeah, to absolute zero. Yeah.
Well, and even to the point where and then you start to get up in altitude, you start losing some elements as well. Water, the denser gases are going to remain below the less denser ones. You're still going to have a little bit of them just because of the way dissipation takes place, but it's going to be fewer and farther between. The whole point of it, though, is a pressure gradient requires pressure. And if it is of a gas, there is no possible way to have a volume of gas without containment. And you can scream gravity. You can put up memes that say gravity. You can put up jiffies that say gravity, all the fuck you want to. But until someone can actually demonstrate air having a downward acceleration, a downward force of air due to gravity, this is just complete and utter bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. If they can't replicate this in a lab across the world for academia, right? And then it's pseudoscience, really.
It's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. And think about how stagnated this is. This is how far back this has stagnated us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just in the 20th century, chasing after these fucking unicorns that don't exist. You see? And if people knew, if people were working on how this thing actually works, we'd be so much further ahead if we put our time and our resources going down the right path. We've had these gatekeepers that have led us all down the wrong path.
That's right. Power hungry
I have an
people.
example
Okay.
of a pressure system with no container.
Okay.
Earth's atmosphere.
Okay. Yep. It's contained.
Can you
And
do that on a
it's not
smaller scale now,
sphere.
Luca?
Wait a second. And it's not a sphere. How does gas have a shape?
It's just a name. Well, actually, it's because of the Earth is a sphere. Therefore, the air, since it surrounds the Earth, would be a sphere as well.
Why?
Because it surrounds the Earth.
Why though?
Because the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but so what?
And
Why would air surround a sphere? Why would air?
Because
Have you ever
mass
seen
attracts
air
mass.
form up? Have you ever seen air form up around something and just take the shape of it?
Because mass attracts mass, right?
No,
So it would
obviously
be a
not,
sphere.
because you have still not demonstrated air having a downward acceleration due to gravity. You can say mass attracts mass all the fuck
Atmosphere.
you want to, but you will never be able to demonstrate a downward force of air due to gravity. I'm sorry. Until you do, or someone does, it remains enclosed.
Yeah, Luca, can you show this on a small scale right now and on a high quality video?
Like demonstrating air pressure without a container on a
I
small
said to
scale.
demonstrate air having a downward force due to gravity. If it's being pulled down, there's a force on it.
Yeah.
So that would mean you would be able to show a downward force of air due to gravity. In other words, have some kind of a barometer that's going to measure the downward force of the air, and then you turn it on its side
barometer.
to show that it actually is the downward force of the air. It's not. It's due to displacement. There is no downward force of air. That's
Yeah,
stupid.
maybe we could shift. Oh, sorry, Saul.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was just gonna say maybe we could shift away from gravity because we've been on this topic for a little bit.
Oh my
Why
God,
don't-
so
yeah, why
sick
don't
of
we
hearing
think about
you say that.
Luca? Have you ever thought about the electric theory?
No.
The electric Earth theory?
No.
Okay, it's okay. Feel free to take a look into it. Do you know approximately on average how many lightning strikes happen every single day?
Probably a lot, I suppose.
Last time I checked, the average number was 8.6 million. So if you did the math, feel free to grab a calculator and figure out how many lightning strikes every second occur. It's quite a big number.
That seems a bit high.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. For sure.
I'm gonna save you the time, Eden. He's not gonna get it.
Okay.
He's not gonna get it. I mean, we've
think
explained
about
to him a million times that how gases work, and he still wants to claim gravity. I don't know what to tell him. I mean, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to tell him.
Require you to be smart, but you're not.
First of all, gravity has never gone through science to be claimed as a scientific law. It's just said as a scientific.
All right, next one coming in from. We got to carry on. I'm sorry, FT. We got so many questions. Mustafa Job says, "I thought FTs were a U.S. thing. We're doomed. Flat FTs were a U.S. thing. We're doomed."
I think that's supposed to be FEs.
Yeah.
Let me see. E is close to T. There's an R in between them, so that may have been.
I think they were. Yeah, I think they're saying that's just kind of a commentary of the meta, and that's. Thank you for putting that in.
I find it irony that the guy's trying to insult flat Earth as well. He can't even say FE.
Or he just did a typo, which is something that happens.
Or he's just as idiotic.
We should
as
just
he's trying
move
to claim
on
he
there,
to be.
guys. Let's just. And we appreciate the super chat. Sorry, Mustafa. It's not really gonna spur on.
18,889 lightning strikes a second.
positive discussion.
Yeah, I
LJ
got a
coming in
large
again
number as
says,
well too.
at what size does a sea,
This is what
ocean, water start to
ChatGTP
curve?
gave up.
Well,
Huh?
I just took your 6.8 or 8.6 million. Let me make sure I did that right. Hold on a second.
I
No,
think the
I
number
did
I
it
got
wrong.
was in.
Hold on a second. Hold on, I did it wrong. Wait a second.
It's okay. Thank you.
So it's 8,600,000 divided by 360, right? Is that how many? That's an hour, right? So there's 36. How many seconds in an hour, or that's how many in an hour, right?
Well, this was 8.6 million lightning strikes per day. So we can divide that by
Okay.
24 hours.
All right. So let me divide that by 24. Hold on.
Okay, and then after that we'll divide it by 60.
24 equals. So that's 358,333 per hour.
Wow.
Okay.
We're going to divide that by 60.
And
that's going to be 5,972 per minute.
That's the number I got.
Divided by 60 is going to give you. So there's almost 100 lightning strikes a second. 99.537, some shit like that.
Okay.
So that's a lot, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of electricity.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take it into consideration, mull it over in that little mind of yours and shit, and think about how electricity works. There you go.
Does maintain
Water's always curved. In fact, there's never a time when water's not curved. So I don't know what he means.
Wow. Physics 101. Water always finds level when at rest.
No, water doesn't have its own physics. Physics 101, all matter just reacts to forces acting on it.
So he's never used a water level before.
I did physics 101.
I don't think you did physics 1, dude. Or if you did, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this guy. I really don't. Look at him. He's just a fucking insane looking thing to begin with. Oh my God.
All right, let's just see here. Kango 44 coming in. Flatzoid. Air molecules work against the force of gravity as they move around. That's why we have pressure gradient. No collisions are perfectly elastic or inelastic. PV equals NKT, gas law. The gas is at equilibrium, in a homogeneous gravitational field.
Great. So he's using ideal gas law and the Boltzmann equation. The Boltzmann constant is exactly why we have the pressure gradient, as I stated before. Why I asked Craig, do you know what the Boltzmann constant means?
Yeah, I do. Tell us what it is.
We already went over that. You said you knew what it is, so just go. Right? Stop. If you already know, then you know why the answer is correct. There you go.
All right.
So, okay, I'm going to do my closing statement. Craig doesn't know, guys.
Well, I just said I do, and then I asked you if you do.
That was my closing statement. Craig doesn't know, guys.
But I do, so you're wrong.
Then tell us, Craig.
Well, I asked you first. You tell us.
All right. If
Okay.
we're gonna do the you do it. No, you do it again. We got to carry
The guy
on,
doesn't
guys.
know.
I'm so sorry.
The definition of the thing. If they want the definition, they better bloody tell me it.
I didn't tell the definition. I said, do you know what the Boltzmann constant is? That's what I asked you. You said, yes, you do. So that means, what is it, Craig? How does it work?
I asked you what it is.
You tell me because you are ignorant, but that's my closing statement. Can we move on? Thanks.
Well, I say you don't know what it is. That's my closing statement. Let's move on.
You don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. Nobody knows.
wow.
All right, let's carry on. Kango44 asks again, ideal gas laws, law given the 3 parameters of temperature, density, and pressure. How the gas behaves is described by the equation of state. What force is causing the pressure? Flatzoid.
The gas. Gas causes a force as it presses upon a surface. It has elastic collision. So as soon as it has a collision, that's pressure. That's a force attributed.
Oh, that's. Oh, sorry. I'm
in all directions, by the way, Craig, not just down.
Yeah, I've just debunked his entire argument. The gas law.
Okay. Can I ask if he, because we've got time, if he can show us this quick debunk?
Sure thing.
The gas law that includes gravity as the barometric formula is used to model the changes in the pressure of atmosphere at various heights above the Earth's surface. The formula is derived from the ideal gas law, the gravitational force exerted on the mass of gas. Let me repeat that. The formula is derived from the ideal gas law combined with the gravitational force exerted on the mass of the gas. The standard form of the barometric formula takes into account the decrease in atmospheric pressure with height, along with temperature, gravitational acceleration, the mass of a mole of air, and the ideal gas constant. So, yeah, the barometric formula, which is a gas law, includes gravity.
Boyle's law. And what's the name of that law that you just stated? Barometric. That's not a law. It's Boyle's law. Barometric pressure is based on Boyle's law, which is you assuming gravity is a thing. And again, you missed the wait. You missed the point when it literally said Boltzmann constant with temperature.
Didn't say that at all. It didn't say that.
Temperature and pressure, and I can give you citation where Boltzmann constant literally says temperature gradient cannot exist due to gravity.
You were just wrong with what you said because it didn't say that.
I can give citation.
It didn't say that in whatever this thing that somebody typed to me was. Come on, Craig. Fucking spazzing weirdo.
Anywhere in what I said, it didn't say what you just said. Again, barometric law is a gas law that includes gravity.
Show us it's a gas law, please.
It's literally a gas. What do you mean? Show you it's a gas law? It's a gas law. Go and look it up if you don't believe me.
Okay, hold up a second.
It's expressed as P equals P0 times EXP times the negative of MGH over RT. Oh. That is the gas law. The barometric formula is the gas law.
And I just explained to you why it's false. I can give citation.
I mean, you saying it's false doesn't change the fact that it is.
I'll make a video. I'll make a video giving citation.
The scientific body of the world says that it's a gas law. All of, not just some of them, all of them. Against
citation showing you are talking bullshit.
All right, we're moving on there, fellas, because we are going to.
I just want to finish my sentence before.
It's me that has to end. Can we move on? I can show citation that says he's talking rubbish.
All right, just to be fair, Flatzoid, you did open the floodgates on this one and ask him to go down the path, so we got to let him finish up. So
without being interrupted, that makes 40. By the way, so again, the entire scientific body of the world, all of it, every single part, every single one of them says that it is a gas law versus you saying it's not. End of story. Right. Sorry about that, Ryan.
Boyle's law does not take gravity into account. Boltzmann constant, literally by citation, says you cannot have pressure gradient due to temperature because of gravity. I'm sorry, gravity cannot cause the temperature gradient.
All right, let's carry on. And no worries there. All the time I have speakers that will say, no, I really want to get this out. And, you know, you got to play it as it goes. It's an online space.
No, that's not a gas law.
All right.
You're not understanding that temperature gradient cannot be caused by gravity is based on Boltzmann constant, literally throwing it in the dustbin. I have citation for this.
That's the that I just read you, of course. The one that I just read you that you're just denying because you have to.
All right, we're going to keep in the same vein with the next question, guys. Kango44 asks, Flatzoid, you know a helium balloon goes up because of gravity, right?
No, it goes up because of displacement. Archimedes' principle existed 1,900 years before Newton was even born.
Yep.
And it doesn't describe buoyancy.
Displacement. Do you know what displacement means?
Did you notice Craig was hitting himself there?
Buoyancy. And let me be clear.
Sorry, buoyancy came after displacement. Archimedes' principle.
49. 49. Yeah. I was just a mariner. Literally.
He got mad because Flatzoid wouldn't allow him to interrupt, and he called. So Flatzoid's talking interrupted his interrupting.
Oh, nice. Thank goodness for that.
Wow. This guy's spazzing out. Look at that face. That's a good screenshot right there, boy. Huh?
Me a question.
My job.
It was for me a question. Can we move on? And I cannot finish
Let's let Flatzoid finish up here, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, he interrupted.
Can you let Flatzoid finish? You know, you think you can maybe maintain and not spaz out real quick, you know? Jesus
and he
Christ.
continued to speak.
Yeah, he just fucking thinks it's the goddamn FTFE show or some shit, man.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I heard he's got to have something amputated or something. And I don't feel bad for him. I mean, I really don't. I figure it's just like all these evil fucking people, man. Bad shit happens to them.
Yeah, did you know their belief comes with a curse?
It does indeed.
And they're living under the curse, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And they're bringing it onto their families. We don't wish this on them. It's just a
No.
part of the package.
It really is. And they exemplify that. I mean, goddamn, I love Star Wars because it really shows that. You know,
yeah,
you see these people when they give into the dark side and the force, they end up being kind of fucked up and having to have prosthetics. They become ugly and evil looking and decrepit and shit and angry all the time. You know, and this guy right here, he's just his whole thing is being a dick. That's his whole thing, is just being a dick.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's trying to live up to the name, but it's a shame. There's ways to fight that remain respectable. Like if you look at a heavyweight fighter that's a professional, they remain within the rules. They're not going to go below the belt, and that's why people respect them.
This guy's a complete dirtbag, man. He really is.
We gotta pray for him.
Sorry, Craig. Sorry.
Sorry, I forgive you. I forgive
Buoyancy.
you. I do forgive you.
He forgives.
Buoyancy is literally a hijacking of displacement and has no need for gravity. And by the way, your G in buoyancy is acceleration, not gravity. Thank you.
So my response to that is no, you cannot calculate how to, what moves things unless you use the buoyancy equation, which includes the acceleration, and this is very important, due to gravity. That's
assumed to be due to gravity.
Literally what it stands for. It doesn't matter if you don't agree with it. It is G, rho G V, and that G stands for acceleration due to gravity.
And again, I will state.
It does not change it.
I have the final say here, Craig. And again, I will state. Archimedes' principle worked. They had ships working on the ocean due to displacement because of Archimedes' principle before gravity was even seen as a thing. It's literally just displacement, and acceleration is not gravity. Claiming it's due to gravity shows you don't even know what gravity is. You think it's a force, it's not a force. Get with the times.
All right, we're gonna carry on. So
rage. Walking jackass.
Sorry, FTV.
I have to respond. Like, if he strawmans me, I'm afraid I have to respond because he does this all of the
I
time.
have
I don't
to
say gravity is a force. It creates a force. Stop strawmanning me. Gravity creates a force, and there is no way to calculate the buoyant force just using Archimedes' principle.
Oh, yes, I can. I can change G to Felicia.
So 50 interruptions. No, there is no way to calculate the buoyant force.
Yes, I can. Or changing G to Felicia.
51. So
we
again,
finished on the subject. Can we move on? This guy's wasting my time.
52. So again, there is no way to calculate the buoyant force. Just use.
I think Ryan is literally.
So we don't cry.
I think that Ryan is actually afraid of Craig.
Possibly.
He acts subservient to Craig, which makes him more of a cuck boy than Craig.
Yeah, the mod should be alpha.
Exactly. This guy's just a soy boy, man.
You got to jump in there, whoever's talking. Yeah. And take control of the situation.
This guy's actually feels intimidated by this dick because he's afraid the guy might go on him. See, that's the way that Simon Cowell keeps, I guess. I don't know how Simon Cowell's ever kept from having his fucking face punched in, you know?
Oh, he's gotten a lot better now, thankfully. If you see him now, and he's changed a lot. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. How can you derive joy being that way? And they do. They seem to get a kick out of it.
Yeah, you're right. And then attacking people.
Yeah, they suck.
Using Archimedes' principle.
Can change G to Felicia.
That doesn't change it being G.
It just
You
means acceleration. In other words, it's acceleration due to displacement of the weight displacing the medium around it.
Last word.
There we
All
go.
right, we gotta
Wait,
carry
wait,
on. That was the last
wait,
word. So sorry,
wait,
FTFE. No, sorry, I gotta
I
place
like
you on
watching
mute. We
him
gotta
freak
carry
out.
on, and I'm sure with the questions that we have, we will come full circle. Whatever you're thinking of, it's probably going to go poof. Oh my goodness, because super chat is going to probably bring it up. So Mr. E-Man is asking for Flatzoid, what is the container made of?
That is a straw man because no one claimed to know anything what the container is made of. The argument is necessary antecedent, containment. What it's made of, never made that claim.
My response to that is that is literally affirming the consequent. Gas pressure needs a container, therefore there is a container. Literally the fallacious argument called affirming the consequent.
Wait a minute. Can you demonstrate a gas pressure without a container? No, you cannot. So you're wrong, Craig. Again.
Thank you.
Last word.
Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, Boyle's law, Dalton's law. What? Free expansion of gas, Joule's law, Thomson's law, all require containment.
Okay.
Thank you. The second law of thermodynamics requires containment.
Second law of thermodynamics not require a container.
All right, so FTF, we gotta give them the last word. To be fair, I know there's a lot of questions for Flatzoid, but I'm like I said, I'm trying to give you an open space to respond each time. So your pal Al asks for Flatzoid, and I'm sorry, FTF, once again, there's a lot of questions for Flatzoid. Is down a direction?
It's relative.
Any thoughts?
Yes. Down the direction.
Yes, relative. Right.
All right, there we go. Let's move on from there. That seems like a good point. Just stop there.
The fuck is he laughing about? I mean, what is it that he actually thinks is so fucking goddamn funny?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's clinically fucking insane.
Let's just carry on. It seems like we got some huzzah.
I mean, this kid, I guarantee you, he was brought up drinking formula. He's had all his boostas.
And did you notice he touched his nose after the laughing fit?
Yeah.
So sometimes, have you heard the observation that sometimes when people are maybe they tell a fib, the natural reaction is to touch their face?
Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes maybe let's say if I had I built up a reaction response to laugh hysterically.
Yeah.
But eventually I've done it so many times that subconsciously afterwards, as I'm getting out of that fit, I might touch my nose to be like, it might be the tell. It's just a thought. I like body language. I like to study body language and all that. It helps determine, in my opinion, if someone's being genuine and honest.
Yeah. I study people's body language all the time.
Amazing.
All the time. And this guy right here, like I've said before, he's a sack of tells.
Yeah.
He is a sack of tells, man. I could sit down in one hand. I could take one hand of poker. I could take this guy's entire fucking super chat treasure. I guarantee it.
Flat poker tables.
Let me tell you something, man. This guy, watch him. He's a bag of tells, man.
For once. Matters Now asks, Flatzoid, since the Bible is false, how can you prove biblical cosmology? Let's debate biblical cosmology on modern day debate or Matters Now or Jeranism.
Yeah. Set up I'd love to debate biblical cosmology at Ozian.
All right. You heard it here. Maybe that's something we'll get set up here shortly. So yeah, we'll fire off some messages once we wrap up. Berger and Legman. Craig is doing God's work. Flurfs beware. That's what he says. It's more of a commentary. Thanks for that. Let's carry on.
Flying spaghetti monster. Bless his noodly appendage.
Okay. Icy Spin says, Flatzoid, explain the equidistant horizon at sea state 0.
Easy. It's based on field of view. You have a limit to your field of vision. If you can, how can I put this in a way you can maybe visualize this? Take a pole and stick it out in front of you. That radius of that pole is going to be exactly the same all 360 degrees around you. That doesn't mean that the ground is physically stopping there. That just means your field of view is limited to that position, which means it's an optical boundary, not a physical boundary.
All right.
The field of view doesn't explain a literal equidistant circle where you cannot see any further that matches the predictions.
Literally does.
We got to let them respond.
53. It does not explain an equidistant circle matching the predictions of the globe and atmospheric refraction. You literally, according to geometry, cannot have a horizon if the Earth is flat.
1.22 times the direct.
Yeah, that's based on the globe, just so you know.
It's based on eyes, mate.
No, that's literally based on
diameter of light and the aperture of the eye.
what that equation is. It's based
Refraction.
on the radius of the
Well
globe.
done. We got actual math for this. I know you don't understand refraction because you think your hand's refracted 10 centimeters in front of your hand, which I'm still waiting for that video demonstration for, which has been a year and a half.
I don't know why
That's
you're.
fine. I'm giving the final statement. Craig, you're a moron.
Well, as I
But-
say, you've asked a couple questions, so.
Yeah. So again, that equation.
Why is he talking? I thought I give the final statement. Next question.
He can't help himself. He's got to run his fucking stupid face. You know, I can tell absolutely that this guy grew up with no father figure in his home. Otherwise, he wouldn't act the way he does. I can immediately tell that.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah. He would have never come up with that kind of a fucking the way he talks and shit. Not one goddamn bit. He learned that from somebody who never got smacked in the mouth, and that's likely it, and that's a woman.
Did you see the video when his son smacked him in the face?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I think there was like a video where he was saying he could smack him lightly, but then his son actually hit him hard, and he was like, "Oh." I think I watched that on Jaren.
Oh no, I didn't see that. Was that on there tonight?
No, this was like many years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
it
was just
really interesting. His
I
son
had
really hit him
company-
hard.
I had company come by, and so I had Jaren going on my phone, and the conversations and shit going on, and I was like, okay. So then later I was able to kind of get toward the end of it, and it was some good stuff where they were talking about the water and the cells and shit. Where Ruhif was off there.
Yeah, I was watching.
Ruhif's all right. He irritates the shit out of me. Everybody knows his game. He's using two-dimensional Euclidean orthographic geometry to try to account for what you see from 3D.
Yeah, Jaren was trying to get into the details really well tonight. I like that.
So I'm going to go back and watch it when this is over. We only got a little while left on this thing here, and then we'll close it down. We'll finish this up here tonight. Absolutely. So I'll go back and watch it. I messaged him and I says, yeah. And I have, every time I see Ruhif, I'm always like, oh God, I hope everything goes okay, because he's had some mishaps in the background before happen, and I would be embarrassed as hell, but whatever. Anyway.
Well, you did ask, like I said, if you ask a question or bury a
I didn't ask him a
there-
question. I made a statement and showed he doesn't understand refraction.
That equation that you used is based on globe math using the Earth's
No, it's
radius.
not. It's based on diffraction limits.
All right.
No, it's
Diffraction
based
limit is wavelength of light based on the diameter of the eye. Nothing to do with globe, Craig.
Based on anything other than Earth's radius, because all citations will say Earth's radius.
All right. All right. So what we'll do is we are going to ask a question, let the person respond. Want you guys just to wait till they finish their thought, and then respond without interruption. If not, then I'll just start popping mutes. You know how it goes. But either way, we just want to make sure we're just having a little back and forth so we can get some thoughts out on these questions. Because
And I just have to say, me and Craig are very passionate, though.
It's great.
We don't take this seriously, by the way, being like this to each other.
No,
Yeah.
I do want to make sure that you
That's
guys are coming
not
across.
too bad. I mean, I could maybe stand 1 or 2 beers with him before I threw him through.
The whole.
I like
the whole
how Flatzoid
table,
says
right?
he takes it
Ah, the
serious.
beer,
That's
right?
important.
Flip the thing. Shut up, you moron.
Just picking up the beer, just like you can't do this to beer. This is a crime. All right. Frode asks, to Flat Earth, what is Aurora Borealis?
Plasma.
I mean, that's not wrong. It's not.
What else would it be?
I mean, there's a little bit more to it than just plasma, but yeah, he's not wrong when he says that what is kind of it's ionizing radiation interacting with our atmosphere, creating plasma in a frequency that we can see.
Yeah, so I don't understand why it would make it different on a flat Earth, though.
It's just where that would come from on the flat Earth, I guess, is the question. We can predict where and when it will appear, based on our knowledge of the sun and its current output cycle, and the direction
So we
it's coming.
okay.
Don't really
So
understand.
it's plasma. Yeah. Okay. Great.
All right, let's carry on. White asks, why is everything we observe with telescopes round, but the Earth is flat?
Flat. Round is also flat, by the way.
Any thoughts, FTFE?
Well, what we observe is specifically spherical, and we can see this by having slightly different views of it at different times of the day and throughout the night when we're looking at things. Also, looking at Jupiter and seeing the moons literally orbiting it with a telescope myself was pretty good confirmation that it's something spherical. I don't see how there could be things orbiting it in a pattern that appears spherical if the thing itself wasn't spherical.
Last word.
And I can easily bring up a video showing all things like Dave Weiss usually brings up which one is spherical, which not. So I don't need to do that.
All right, you got it. Flatzoid, this is from Kango44, coming at you again. Flatzoid, you said horizon came from the horizontal. Then when Craig showed it's from a bounding circle, you changed it to say it's optical.
No, I said horizontal comes from the word horizon. That's what I said. And I said the etymology of circle, boundary, is optical. He didn't want to go further with the etymological word. And yes, even his citation he brought up, optical.
Any thoughts over there, or do you want to carry on?
No, it looks like a halo above.
And I might actually be wrong
there.
myself, to be honest. I may need to correct myself, but I don't think the Aurora Borealis is plasma. I might have been wrong with that.
Ionized gas is plasma, is it not?
So,
but isn't ionized gas plasma?
It's not gas that's being changed. But I may have been wrong with that, so I have to have to correct. So I'm not going to.
I'm not going to claim I know either.
All right.
There we go.
There we go. Always good to have a little humility, especially when we're debating lots of big topics, and we just can't know everything. That's just how she goes. So Mr. E-Man says, can Flatzoid identify how scientifically the container can be measured, how far away it is, and what it's made of? I think we had a similar one, but go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, that's a category error. That's not science. Science is specifically based on cause for effect. How far something is not scientific. And no, I can't tell you how far it is because all I know is based on natural law and observations, we require containment for gas pressure. And if we have gas pressure, therefore we have containment. It's the same as going to order a piece of steak. If the cow didn't exist to give you the steak, you can't have the steak.
I mean, I don't understand how these people can keep on and keep on and keep on about that it doesn't require containment. I mean, it's just the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's like, look, we don't see any evidence of gravity affecting gas behavior at all. I mean, from the simplest opening of a soda can to even the idea of a box in a vacuum chamber with, there the air should hold it in the gravity should hold the air in the box. So we open the box and what happens? The gas leaves the box and fills the empty space. So where the fuck was gravity there? It was holding everything down up to the point where we opened the box, right? So that makes no sense. Air pressure caused by gravity. That's the dumbest shit. What's causing air pressure on your space station then? There's no gravity up there. Where's that air pressure coming from?
Great points. This reminds me of malware that I've encountered while helping businesses. There's actually malware designed and created that when attempting to remove it from the system, it'll reinstall. So
I ran into one of those.
Right. So this is what happens. We meet people who they haven't found any other information to install to identify the code, to identify the malware and remove it permanently. So until they find this or install this new information, or the code to identify, the malware is just going to continue to spread on the network.
Shit. Let me tell you how it did it with mine. It was pretty slick how I got rid of it, though.
Nice, yeah.
So what happened was there was this thing called spyware. And it was supposed to detect spyware, but itself it was spyware, right? So I went to uninstall it, but there was something in the code that when you uninstalled it, it would automatically re-download it and install it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I disconnected the computer from the fucking internet. Then I uninstalled it and deleted the source file. Boom. Plugged my computer back in. Not a problem.
Right?
Yeah.
Very good.
That was a while. That was a few years back, but I remember that. So I was like, oh, I know how to stop that shit. Watch here. Pinch off your air hose, bitch.
Great thinking. Got to think outside the PC box.
Oh, God. Yeah.
No thoughts over there? No, doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, gravity is
gravity.
And
Um,
gravity's not a force, so it can't be a container.
Force again. Don't strawman me. We've been through this. Create a force.
Gravity creates gravity, guys. Remember that.
No, gravity creates a force.
What force?
The force due to gravity.
How does it create a force, Craig?
Because of the bending of space-time.
So a mathematical construct bends.
No, space-time is not just fact, it's the fabric of the universe, despite what you say.
Show me space-time, Craig.
Here.
No, that's air. That's not space-time.
It's also space-time. The fabric of the universe is space-time. We can show that space-time is warped by mass.
No, you can't.
No, you can't. It's a mathematical fourth dimension construct. It doesn't exist. It's literally mathematical.
Eddington experiment 1919 shows that big masses warp space-time.
No, it doesn't, but okay. Carry on.
Also important to note that Eddington discarded any data that disagreed with his hypothesis. So
T-spin, Flatzoid. So about the evidence for flat Earth, got any? They ask.
Yes, got lots. The fact we need containment to survive, and the fact we can do bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces, the fact we can keep showing everything is optical, and the fact we keep showing everything based on the globe is hijacking things like perspective and planar surveying.
None of that was evidence the Earth is globe. It was just saying things that he doesn't understand. Sorry, none of the things he said was evidence of flat Earth. Sorry, it was just saying things he doesn't understand about the globe. It's this saying that something isn't right on your thing doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. And again, gravity contains the atmosphere. No problem there.
So again, I finish off with gravity is not a force to be able to give the containment.
Correct.
And again, based on gas laws, there is no gravity. Based on physics, gravity can't even do anything to the direction of gas, as gas behavior debunks the notion gravity pulls it down.
All right.
Yeah.
White asks again. So sorry, FTF, we got to move on. Yeah, White asks again, can you explain what meteors are and how they enter the atmosphere if the Earth has a dome? If so, what is the dome made of? A Rubbermaid bowl. Oh, we got a lot of comedians.
Do I have to answer this again? It's the same thing. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know where it is. Who knows where the meteor came from? Maybe it fell off the dome. Maybe it came inside the dome.
Some of these
Maybe
might have came in.
Spontaneously came out of nowhere. I don't know.
Yeah, some of these might have came in right around the same time, and they might have not seen that question was already asked. So sorry. We've already expounded on that, and I think we've gotten as much on that as we're going to get. So Count Discalcula asks, the longest line of sight photograph taken is 443 kilometers. Please both explain why you can't take a photograph of Madagascar from Africa's coast. Hint, curve. I'll give you the first minute, FTFE, because you've had only a handful of questions.
Right. To be fair, that is a bit of a straw man of the flat Earth claim, because the angular resolution would be too small. Atmospheric fog, or even if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to see across the entire Earth.
There we go.
Because it's too big. I could not stand on one side of the Earth and look at Mount Everest on the other if the Earth was flat, because Earth is far too big, and compared to that, Mount Everest is far too small. So
there's hope.
That question is, to be fair to the flat Earth side, a little bit of a straw man of the flat Earth claim.
Big ups to Craig. Correct. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's carry on. We are getting wound down on some of the super chats, and a big thank you to our audience for all the engagement here. We really appreciate it. Let's try to whip through these last. We got about 10 or so more, maybe 15. GT says, "Why are flat earthers still given a platform?" We'll just cap that one there, and I'll just say it would seem, based on our numbers, we're having a lot of fun. We got great numbers here. We got people who truly believe they're defending here tonight. So, I think that it is important that we have these discussions, especially when you see
fair,
things.
Ryan, the
And I
truth
think
is,
that everybody's enjoying it. So,
but the
Why
truth
not?
is that we're just paid by NASA to put on this charade to hide the true shape.
You heard it here. He's confessed. Everybody. No, I'm kidding.
yeah.
just kidding, just teasing. All right, so either way, RGT, we're gonna keep doing that because not only does our audience enjoy it, but it's just important not only to, like I say, have this specific discussion potentially where you see this happening in lots of spaces, but also it's important to learn how to have discussion. So not everybody's walking around being a contentious troll. Get it out here in
Right.
modern day debate. Keep it away from your family. All right. Kango44 says flat.
This Kango 44 is hot to sending in money to this fucking thing, man.
I've
That
noticed
guy,
that as well.
yeah, man, he's in every one of these things, man. Just super chatting like a maniac, man.
Yeah.
Pt.II in your boat example, your boat disappeared in totality, not bottom first. So just to be clear, you did not show bottom up obstruction on a flat surface.
It was about the resolution limit. That's all. I was showing diffraction limit. And if I used a different camera, yes, it would have showed bottom up.
Lovely claim. I challenge you to use a different camera and
Okay.
show it bottom up.
I can show you another demonstration now where
No,
we
no.
have bottom obstruction
Typically,
on flat
that
surfaces.
made that you
Greater
use a
resolution.
camera to show it bottom up. I would love to see that.
Okay.
Did you say you're going to share a screen?
You want me to show it now?
I thought you said you were. If you wanted to do that, you're
I
welcome to.
can. If you guys want to. I'll quickly see if I can get it.
No problem. We'll take a moment and entertain the super chat. And once again, there's still just under 600 people watching, so make sure you're hitting that like button. We really, like I say, appreciate the audience. Somebody made a commentary on your shirt. It says just the word fart. It says don't fart. I see something. I want to know what's going on with the rest of that shirt. That's what we really want to know. But you let me know when you get that up there. Let's see if I can run through another question here. What motivation? Let's see if I can find one for. It looks like most of them are for you, Flatzoid. So let's just see.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, good. I managed to waffle right to it. There we go. Thanks, buddy.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay, you can see on screen. You can see everything. Look what happens when we add refraction. Just opening the door. Bottom up obstruction coming in. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Wait, hold on. I haven't seen that. Give me a second. I pressed something wrong on my screen and now I can't see your thing. Give me 1 sec.
Oh. Just let us know when you're ready. We're all seeing it here on Modern Day Debate.
Show me that again. Sorry.
And you see everything, and it's opening the door for refraction to come in. And 3, 2, 1. Bottom up obstruction. Here we go. Bottom up obstruction.
And what is this? Where is this?
On a floor. And just opening a door. Shout out to Sky Free for this demonstration. I can show many others as well.
I didn't put it up on my screen. My bad. Yeah, but I mean, again, what is it? Flat? What?
Yep. Floor. Flat floor.
It's flat. I mean,
Showing
no
it's bottom up obstruction due to.
But refraction. No one's denying that refraction can do a thing. But refraction on the ocean works a certain way, not that way.
All right, let's carry on. Kango44 asks, Flatzoid, in your boat example,
Scratching
your
his
boat
head.
disappeared in totality, not bottom first. So just to be clear, you did not show bottom up obstruction on a flat surface.
It was part of it just to show diffraction limit, yeah. And then I showed the other one with the limiting angles. And then if we had more time, I could have gone more to show giving up bottom obstruction due to limiting angles. That's why I was giving different parts of showing it. That's why I showed on the aluminium surface for Craig with the bottle caps.
Oh, sorry about
And yeah,
that.
aluminium flat bars are flat.
Yeah, if I go over the same one again, it's because some of them really do read out the same way, and I'm like and then come to find out in other debates that it really was a separate question, and people are like, "You missed my chat, Ryan." I know
And-
it worse. All
And I just got to point out, it's 4:20 in the morning. I had 3 hours sleep the previous night and had no sleep today.
All right, we'll get rolling then.
And a freaking toothache, bro. And a toothache.
He's a soldier.
That's what I gotta say. I gotta give him props. That was fortitude. Not as though I'm saying in dealing with anything with those conditions is one thing, but then to turn around and have to deal with this pasty-faced geek, holy crap, man.
I wouldn't have been able to tell he was dealing with anything.
Yeah, he held it well, and I think I gotta give him props for just keeping his cool. He kept his cool,
Absolutely.
and it's kind of easy to do because if you listen, Craig just hung himself the whole time.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it.
To be fair to Fatsoid, I know what it's like debating late. I'm in the UK. It's 2:20 here, but not as late as him. So I do appreciate him taking the time to do this. And I think we should all appreciate that, he is mostly human and does need sleep.
I would have thanks, Craig.
Mostly human. What is going on here? What's baked in there? All right. So Matt Hightower watched the Starship flight this week. Very clear picture of globe curvature. All right. So Matt, you got your question in there, or I shouldn't say question, but your statement. So yeah, if anybody wants to go check out what Matt is talking about there, feel free after the debate.
No,
you can go watch Star Wars too. That's just as good.
Keeping you locked in. All right. So RGT.
When you say Star Wars 2, let me be clear here. When you say Star Wars 2, do you mean Attack of the Clones?
Yeah. That brilliant, not brilliant one. I don't like clones. Clones
now.
I was gonna say I'm an OG. I'm a bit of an OG fan. I mean, especially when you watch something like.
So I got Globe Earth Bob behind backstage, and since we're just going to be finishing this up here, another 20 minutes of it, right? Less than that probably. So I'm not in the mood for you, Globe Earth Bob, tonight. So come back another time, right?
Clash of the Titans from 1980, which came out 3 years later, and you're like, whoa, that is a bad looking horse. And then you think about how well they did in Star Wars. Wow. All right.
Let's be clear, everyone here. There is only 2 good movies in the Star Wars franchise. Okay? That's it.
Please don't say Millennium Menace.
Boy, we are going to get into a new debate. You keep that up. All right. RGT asks, ask Flatside to explain the discovery of Neptune.
They actually saw it with a telescope before they actually did the math. So
okay, so as a brief response to that, there is sightings of a planet that was now known to be Neptune before we actually discovered Neptune. We didn't know what it was or where it was going to be. We just saw it. What happened was we noticed perturbations in the orbit of Uranus. We noticed that at a certain time in its orbit, it did something a bit weird, which didn't match Kepler's laws and Newton's laws. So what we did was we did a little bit of math that said, well,
what
there is another gravitational body here, it would explain the strange thing happening in Uranus orbit. And then they looked in that place that they made the prediction of and discovered Neptune. And then based on Neptune's orbit, realized that later on, they'd actually seen it in telescopes previously as well. But they had never predicted or discovered it in its orbit until the perturbations of Uranus was a thing that was noticed.
Thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
Yeah.
All right,
that's
beautiful.
fine.
Let's see what else we got in here, guys, and thank you so much once again. Let's see. I'll just read this last one here, and then I'll keep scrolling up. Matt Hightower asked, why does a line of Starlink satellites disappear at a point higher than the apparent horizon?
Things get out of view. Just like an airplane gets out of view. There we go.
What he means is you can actually see the Starlink satellites come from the horizon and then disappear into space as they're coming.
Remember when you told us about the horizons?
Oh, hold on, but let me finish my point. Right,
let me finish
you can
this
see them coming from the horizon and then disappearing before they go over all the way. That's what he means. And the reason for that is because they are just high enough above Earth to reflect the sunlight that you would be seeing on Earth if you were high enough for that to be your horizon. Once they have passed what is essentially their horizon, there's no longer any light from the sun to reflect off of them, which means they disappear at a point just above the horizon.
Yeah,
Yes.
full perspective. And the reason you still see the light is because the sun is just far away. It didn't go down.
All right. Melodic Lyrics says, can Fladzoid mathematically show that space violates gas laws?
Yes, second law of thermodynamics. Bring up the equation, and you'll see it violates gas laws.
Law of thermodynamics isn't an equation.
The second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of a system will always increase.
What kind of system?
The isolates the universe.
Yeah.
So if you have the universe as an isolated system, and you have an open system inside that universe, the air we breathe inside actually will excavate into true space. So in other words, if you take the Joule's free expansion of gas law, it does not expand any energy, temperature change, or anything. It's free expansion into the available space.
But nothing in the second law of thermodynamics says that gravity can be a thing that acts on gas. There's
Can
nothing.
gravity overcome entropy, Craig?
Wait, absolutely, it can stop it. But the point of
Let's let him finish his thought.
Spit it out, Craig. It's not yours, man. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's up? Just
What's
got home
going
from
on?
work. I'm about to enjoy a little bit of my puff. I've been listening in ever since I was on the road, so I find it ironic that I didn't get to watch the original debate, but I've been listening in since you're doing the review. And
Mhm.
Craig has been doing the whole, oh, you were interrupting me. Number 9. Like,
yeah.
Hold on a second. How about we start counting for him? You stupid fucking cunt.
Probably because we're not like him. Okay. This
Yeah,
guy,
don't-
this is his thing. He thinks he's like a school teacher or some shit. That's what he thinks. He's like he's a school teacher or some kind of an authority or some shit like that. That's why I say, man, I can't be around people like that in real life. I can't. I have to walk away from them because I know as much as I pray, I'm going to lose that urge to smack. And
you get yourself in trouble if you were around
I'll
him.
get myself in trouble. I'm just best
Yeah.
off to get the fuck out away from a demon like that because I just assume, oh
Yeah,
my God.
well, it would just be like, don't bring yourself down to his level. But
That's
at the
it.
same time, if you give him a taste of his own medicine, in a sense, because of the idiotic, immature style of way that he's actually presenting
Mhm.
himself online in front of his own audience. And by the way, I think the absolute worst moderator on Modern Day Debate is probably Ryan. That guy is fucking
Yeah.
terrible.
He is. He is.
And so
It's
that's my little
like-
2 cents for now.
Like he's doing it for extra college money or some dumb shit like that. You
And
know, I mean-
ironically, I didn't notice this, but Flatsuit and I are a little bit like a doppelganger.
no kidding.
Yeah, that's my real picture right there. It's my real picture.
Oh, hell.
Thank
Oh,
you
it's
for all you
Andrew.
do,
I
Andrew.
thought I was talking to Flatsoid. Shit, man. I just like, what happened to your accent, man?
I was
Yeah,
just saying, thank you for all you do, Andrew. We need people like you.
Yeah, man.
Oh, right on. And
For real.
Last thing I'm going to say for now until I just go on mute is that we are going to be doing the next Trivia for Charity on Friday. I'm not really sure how to say that in regards to where people are. I know, Dave, you're in Virginia, so right now it's already Wednesday. It's almost Wednesday for me. So, yeah, Friday morning. I'm sorry, Friday afternoon for me. That's when we're going to do it. So it's going to be super awesome. It's going to be Rose versus Question the Answers, Brandon. And I'm super fucking nervous because I'm not even sure if I have the questions appropriately written, as always. But it's still going to be super fun. It's a mixture of everything in between. I try to do the best research I possibly can. And this kind of stuff actually helps me out. So, and I would actually love to have one of you in one of the upcoming trivias, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Not a bit.
Yeah, it's always super fun. It's not for like who's to like say who's more intelligent because you have no fucking clue what I'm going to ask you.
Right. And sometimes, I might not have a clue what the fucking answer is either. It's like,
Well, that's how it goes a lot of the times.
yeah.
Everyone's off in their own, studying their own specialty. So just
Yeah.
like in the hospital, there's so many different specialists. We got
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the question, anyways, we can talk about that more another time. I will go on mute because I want to hear the rest of everything else.
I've been known to be good in trivia games. Like I've done those
All
ones
right.
in the bar, and I've done them online and shit like that. And I do pretty good.
Yeah,
people
especially
have
with your
told me,
memory.
my God, you're such a wealth of useless information. I'm like, no. When I win those front row seats to the Van Halen concert, you're going to be glad I got all this information, man.
Like one of those like radio trivia questions, like
Yeah,
the first caller.
I'll be the guy that wins fucking Jeopardy or some shit. Come on, that's what it's for. Of course, it's never going to happen. But hey, I have fun. Why not? I'm kind of like I've always been like one of my favorite characters. Do you remember the TV show Barney Miller?
I'm only 41, man. I'm sorry.
Okay, so they said this show. It was Hal Linden, and there was a cast of characters. It was about a detective precinct, and it was a sitcom. And each one of these characters had, such a distinct personality. And one of them, this guy, his name was Dietrich, and he's like the guy that knows something about everything. He knows a little bit of something about everything. So when they ask him, like they arrest this guy that was tearing up the library at the UN, and he shattered a globe, right? And he's talking about the Council on Foreign Relations and the Bilderberg Group and shit, and they're looking at him like this, and then they look at Dietrich, they'll automatically look at him, and he explains it to them. But it was truth in plain sight. That scene, I've seen it going around on YouTube. That scene has been going around because it was truth and right in plain sight, man.
Hey, well, Dave, I'll message you on Telegram. You're on Telegram, I'm pretty sure, right?
No, I'm not on Telegram, man. All my info is right there on the bottom of the screen.
Well, if you want to have any questions added in, because I'm always asking for people to throw in their own questions to try and get more people involved.
Right.
That way it feels a little more personal for them. So,
right. Email me. I'm right
Absolutely,
here. Torresfield369@yahoo.com.
For sure. I will definitely do that. And I met you in Vegas, and we had a nice little puff together, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
We're going to do it again next year too. Oh, this year.
There's some more. Another way. There's another.
I've already got money put aside for it. I've already put up like $4,000 or $5,000 aside for it. So
might make it. I don't know. We're gonna see what's going on.
It's going to be on the East Coast, as far as I know. According
to that'll make it a lot easier. That'll make it a lot easier for me.
She's going to try to do it in the Carolinas again. So as far as I know,
I can drive to that shit. That's not a problem. Man.
But that's all I wanted to say for now. I didn't want to pop in and try and hog the show or anything, because what you guys are doing right now is just eliminating the possibilities of this fucking piece of shit Glover. Like I swear to God, I don't care how many degrees he has.
You don't have no degrees.
Yeah, don't put me in the same room as him. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, I'm like that with him too.
I've met a fifth grader. He's one of the youngest people I've met. I'm sure he could take on anyone with a PhD if you just ask the right questions, get to the details. Their theory destroys itself.
It absolutely does, and that sometimes from the mouth of a child come the most ironic questions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I met a fifth grader. I asked him, "How did you draw your?" Because I was shocked, right? Because I thought I was going to impart knowledge to him. But I asked him, "How did you draw your conclusion?" And he replied with one word. He said, "Science." I was shocked. I was like, "Oh!" Instantly, I was like, "There is hope." And then I asked him if he told. I asked him, "Leonard, did you tell your dad?" And he said, "No." Can you imagine not being able to tell your own dad?
Yeah. What are you trying to read them words for, boy? You a fag?
I'm gonna send you off to camp.
Yeah, no shit, man. Wow.
Oh man.
59. The second law of thermodynamics talks about the entropy of the entire universe. You can have isolated systems of reversal of entropy, and gravity is one of the things that does that. And there's nothing about gravity that violates the second law of thermodynamics of the universe's entropy increasing.
Last thoughts for Flat.
You want to prove that by demonstrating gas pressure without containment, please. Let's do it this way. You can even do it at Earth's core if you wanted to. Take a container, vacuum it out, take another container inside there with gas pressure and open it. See what happens.
Again, none of that violates gravity. I'm very confused as to why you think
Gravity violates entropy. And you saying it can overcome entropy shows you think gravity can violate entropy. Well done.
Gravity does not violate the entropy of the universe in any way, shape, or form.
Do you know what the Joule's free expansion of gas is?
Andrew, real quick, if you can, in the private chat, put the link to that trivia show coming up in there, and we can put it out in the regular chat.
Yeah. Let me find it real quick. So I'm not hosting it. It's gonna be on the Melodome. So let me find that real quick, and I will definitely link that.
Yeah.
Craig.
Yes, I do. What is it?
The free expansion, no energy change of gas. Literally no temperature change, no energy change, just its free expansion instantaneously into the surrounding system.
Yeah, but once the kinetic energy's gone, there's no expansion, and gravity is.
Remember,
also...
I showed you a thing that says no gravity does.
Do I get to finish the sentence, Flatsoid? Is that okay?
Sorry.
Yeah. Nothing about the second law of thermodynamics says that gravity cannot be a thing. There is nothing about the second law of thermodynamics that says gravity violates the universe's entropy increasing. Nothing at all.
So can you show me where it says gravity can hold gas down to overcome entropy?
The second law of thermodynamics isn't specifically about that. It's about the universe's entropy increasing. But again,
so
gravity
stops it from increasing then.
Gravity doing what it does not violate the entire universe's entropy increasing.
Gravity doing what it does in this. Wait a minute. What? It doesn't do that. That's the whole point, you noob.
You get what you say. If you're claiming gravity stops gas from expanding into the surrounding system, you are claiming it overcomes entropy.
It doesn't overcome the entropy of the entire universe.
So in other words, gravity has no effect on the expansion of gas. So in other words, it cannot violate natural law.
Yeah, but again, gravity doing what it does to gas does not violate the natural entropy.
You've not shown it doing shit to gas.
Of the universe increasing, unless you can describe that mathematically how gravity would violate the entropy of the universe increasing, you do not have a point.
Joule's free expansion of gas law. Use that equation. There we go.
All right, Matt Hightower asks, what motivation does SpaceX have to fake launches? You can watch the things live. Elon's goal is to go to Mars. What will the flat earthers say when they land on a round Mars?
I'm not going to divine one's motives. I can give many reasons why, but I'm not yet to divine a person's motives.
Okay. 500 years from now, a dad and his son are sitting together on Mars.
Oh, for Christ's sake, wait till you hear this load of shit.
And the boy looks up at his dad and says, Daddy, is it true that we came to Mars 500 years ago in a starship? The daddy says to him, don't be stupid, son. Mars is flat. We live in a dome and Elon Musk wasn't real.
Let's carry on. Best of threes.
Did he come up with that on his own? He couldn't have. And it wasn't even really that good. But I don't think he can even take credit for that, to tell you the truth. That was, wow. Don't quit your fucking day job. Oh, that's right. You don't get a day job. You got some kind of disability check. You're some kind of fucking tick on the dog of government, man. That's all you are. Tick sucking off the fucking people.
Asks, if gravity bends the surface of water, why doesn't the surface resemble the hill and valleys that's underneath?
Actually, it does. Satellite data of the surface of the ocean shows that there is variations in the surface of the ocean that directly match the topography of the ocean floor. They literally measure the distance between the satellites and the ocean surface and the variations of it over long periods of time, and can use the variations in the height of the water to actually map the topography of the floor underneath it.
Yeah, the basins they're claiming. But note that these measurements are taken from a place that violates natural law.
Well, they take it,
And
so
it's unverifiable as well, by the way.
Last
Okay.
word to
Well,
FT.
it's not. SpaceX verified it the other day.
Okay. Next one, Crypto Roast says to FTFE, show Flatzoid the Mesos a rocket launch. It's exactly what they demand to see. No fisheye, no NASA, but they all run from it. That's what
Rectilinear lenses still have
They just
distortion.
claim it's
This is the
CGI.
reason.
This is a question for
Neptune-
FTFE. I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I can show flat earthers everything. In fact, I can strap a flat earther directly to a Suez rocket and send them into space, and they claim their eyeballs have been holographed by NASA to make them think that the Earth is round. There is no point giving a flat Earth evidence because they will never accept evidence because they need the Earth to be flat for that little thing to make them feel special inside.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna comment.
Okay. All right. Kango 44. Oh my. Flatzoid, you know you can have triangles on curved surfaces, right? NURBS. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
here we go.
sure.
Non-uniform rational B-splines. It's how everything is designed.
He's talking about spherical triangles. Not claiming spherical triangles don't exist. I'm claiming to get those spherical triangles, you first have to measure flat and then calculate based on observational, how can I put this, perspective, and because you believe it's a curve, make it curved.
Yeah, that's not how surveying's done. They literally
Oh,
measure
yes, it is. Measured flat, calculated curved.
59. They literally measure the angles and compare it to what flat would be. And if the angles of a triangle add up to more than 180, that means that it's a spherical triangle and can only fit on a spherical surface.
Measured flat, calculated curved. There we go.
All right.
Those were words said with no evidence behind it.
Last word.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Kango 44 strikes again. And he said, Ryan, you did great. Oh, thank you. I can't imagine how fun, I'm going to sub that word out, how fun it would be dealing with FTFE and Flatzoid.
You know, after that super chat right there like that, I almost sent my own super chat saying, Ryan, you suck as a moderator. You should quit.
You remember that point, seeing that?
What's that?
Oh yeah. I'm sure you did.
That's I mean I would have sent I almost sent a super chat saying that. I mean I was like,
But
you
then it
suck.
would have just kept the show going longer. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean he's the worst.
Because we are having fun. I'm always chill. You know,
Actually, Flatzoid, I think you and I should just both apologize to Ryan because you know that he's going to go and cry after this, right?
I'm so
He's
about
drinking something stronger after this.
me.
Yeah.
No, I'm behaving myself.
I do apologize for your therapist bill, but I'm not helping you with it.
Yeah. No, I'll save it for the doctor, right? No, I'm kidding. No, I always have fun. I'm always chill. I'm always doing other things that are legal in my neck of the woods. So don't worry about that. Yadian asks for Craig, can you explain the Boltzmann constant and how it may have been misunderstood?
Yes, I can. This is the game I'm not playing.
Okay.
People want to. Can you explain?
He can't do it. He doesn't know what the fuck it is. You don't know. You have to have somebody feed that goddamn information to him on his screen or in his earpiece or some other kind of shit. But he don't want to answer it because if he does know it, he knows it's going to fucking wreck his argument. If he just acts like a child, then he could just go on and say, fuck him.
Explain this. Can you explain this? Can you explain this? Yeah, I can. There's no point because I'm just going to be told that I'm wrong. But yeah, I can explain it. I've done it many times. You just go and watch my previous streams. But am I going to spend a bunch of time doing it now to just be told I'm wrong? No.
Not
All
even.
you have to do is just say, I don't know.
Not even for Yadian? Okay. It's okay. He's got another question here, so we'll unpack a little bit more for you here, Yadian. And thank you so much for your super chat. Yadian asks, for Flatzoid, if I take a box 1 meter down, seal it, bring it to the surface, and open it from the top, the water will shoot out, even though it's water, not gas. Why does the ocean fill the air again?
Oh my God, that question. I
Hydrostatic
can't believe fucking
compresses
people
in
actually ask that. I cannot believe that anybody with a rational mind would even ask something so freaking stupid as that.
Society
Why did
today.
the water rush up into the fucking air? Duh.
Yeah. That's true.
God. That's like oh yeah, because air floats on air, or water floats in the air really easily in a liquid state. Sure, why not? Dumb fucks.
Compression. So if air, remember, water can't compress, air can compress. So as soon as you bring it down, it's forcing it that way. So as soon as you go up, it has to increase. It's like how can I put this in a simple term that people can understand? If you fill a bottle of water up to the brim and you stick it in a freezer to freeze, it expands because it's ice. It expands. So when you take it out, it can rupture the bottle.
Any thoughts on the other side?
No, I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the chat. I apologize.
Okay, it's all right. We are getting near the end here, so I do appreciate both of you for spending this much
Yeah,
time.
please, I'm tired.
Yes, I understand. I'm tired too. I had my St. Patty's Day show yesterday, so my voice might be still recovering. Matt Hightower says, why does... Ooh, actually, I think we might have already hit this one earlier. Yeah, why does the Starlink satellites disappear at a point higher than the apparent horizon? Yeah, we did that one. Yeah. So we are at the end. Isn't that marvelous
Yay.
to say? So just where you wanted us to be. But I will give you each 1 minute to close your thoughts here. I'll start with FTFE, where you started out, Flatzoid, if you don't mind. So 1 minute on the floor, your closing thoughts on your discussion tonight.
Well, thank you for having me on, Ryan. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, James, and good luck with getting your doctorate finished. If you want to watch any more of me, you can find me on the YouTube channel, YouTube.
Hold on, this dumb fuck here's going for a PhD. I would have thought of him as maybe...
No. James, the guy that created...
James. Okay, James. I was going to say, this guy doesn't even look like a fucking sophomore or a freshman. And
yeah, he's probably still trying to graduate from high school. Yeah, but James is using modern day debates as a platform towards his PhD thesis.
Nice. Okay, because I misunderstood. I thought this guy was going after a PhD. I mean, I don't put a lot of credibility in one because I've known several PhDs. It was dumber than a bag of hammers. So, I don't know.
YouTube.com/FTFE1. What happened tonight was what happens in every flat earth debate. The flat earther, whether they understand it or not, just strawmanned a bunch of physics and globe claims and then said, well, because of my straw man, therefore I've debunked the globe. The issue is that no flat earther understands physics at all. What they have is a word salad mixture of concepts that they have no grasp of. And I refuse to play the game of just being asked to define something for them to just refuse the thing that
I'm not going to define something that I know will full well destroy my argument because I'm a little bitch.
Yeah, that was the translation, I think.
Yep. I just put it out there in layman's terms for you. That I translated it from fag. Okay.
Well, no, it's as simple as this. Like, hey, fuckhead. I don't really understand what you're talking about. Can you please define what you're talking about? Now, how about you define it for me?
Right.
What?
No, right. This guy, man.
That's what he's been saying like over and over. Oh no, number 57, number 58. Like, oh god damn it.
Yeah, I translated it. Dipshit.
If flat earth ever has evidence, then maybe a real debate will occur. Until then, I will always title my flat earth debates Flat Earth Debate.
All right. Thank you so much for being here, Craig. And everybody, you can find Craig over at FTFE and Flatzoid. Let everybody know where you're at and your closing thoughts on our discussion here.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Modern Database. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, James. Everything. I do wish the best. And thank you, Craig, for coming. Yes, I do have a channel, Flatzoid's Perspective. You'll find me on YouTube, where I go and embarrass people like Craig who just show ignorance and have fun with them. All that's happened tonight is he's failed to demonstrate anything he claims, calls it a straw man because he doesn't know how to rebut it, and shows his lack of how can I put it, physics acumen because he thinks he knows what he's talking about. And when asked a question, he can't answer it, so rather wants to reverse the burden onto us.
Yeah.
So rather go and watch it again and see over and over how the globe has floundered. Thanks.
All right, you got it. Well, thank you to both of our speakers. So we're going to fly on out and let our speakers go. But once again, big round of virtual applause to both of you. And yeah, don't mind me screaming some of my metal at you guys, since you already caught my background, my Dio background, every time you guys stop screen sharing. So yeah, we'll close it on out. And thanks again, everybody. Cheers.
Yeah, some music with you, Ryan. Here.
Just dudes.
All right, so that was it.
I think Flatzoid ended it very well.
I do too. I think hands down, I have to say Craig took a curb stomp on that one. I mean, a virtual curb stomp. He floundered. He spent most of his time pitching, and just screaming gravity with absolutely no evidence whatsoever of gravity affecting gas whatsoever, or preventing equalization of a pressurized gas. None of it. He wants to point to his gradient, but then wants to forget about the Boltzmann constant, and he wants to forget about Dalton's law, and he doesn't want to think about Joule's free expansion of gases. None of that. No. Those are exclusive gas laws. Well, don't you think that if they're gas laws that we use here on Earth, that if gravity was a factor, it would be taken into consideration? Otherwise, it's no good to anyone.
Well stated.
Good Lord, y'all. These are the thing. They just word salad. That dude was nothing but a seizure word salad. I don't even know where to go with that guy.
Yeah, that was a terrible way to close, in my opinion. Just using that blanket generic attack.
Yeah.
So I have an idea. I'm not sure if people would be down to actually to do this during a debate, but to actually have a camera set up behind them that is live streaming what they're actually looking at, like their phone.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah, because in competitive chess, like once the whole lockdown situation started, that's what people actually had to do, like professional chess players. They actually had to show their screen. And
okay, to prove that they're not getting feedback from other people and shit like that.
Or they're using a chess computer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's in their nature to be dishonest, because that which they postulate and celebrate is based on deception and lies in the first place. So it comes natural to these people. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, imagine a lawyer taking a position of a defense attorney. He's just going to have to continue to find a way to defend his client, no matter whatever evidence is brought to the table.
Even if the guy comes into the courtroom with, blood all over his hands and face, and he's got a portion of the person's, arm he's chewing on or something, it's like, well, you don't have any proof. And it's like, the dude is eating the victim's arm, man. But that doesn't mean that arm came from the victim. Oh my God.
Defense attorneys.
That's what I feel like with these people. It is just like when I told people, listen, that they'd say, I have the what? And I was like, how do you know that? And he said, well, the doctor told me. I said, well, how's the doctor know? And he says, because I took a test. And I said, but here's this thing. Look, they're right here telling you that the tests don't work, right? Oh, wow. That's messed up. And I was like, yeah. And he says, well, yeah, but I got COVID. Really? How do you know? Because I took the test. Jesus Christ, man. We just went over this.
Oh, you can see what I sent to one of my students today. He said, oh, I can't show up to class today because, what the fuck is my phone? Oh, damn it.
Oh, yeah, you're a teacher. That's amazing.
Yeah. And, I can't show up to class today. Can you give me an online assignment instead? That's what I'm required to do right now. Normally I'd be like, fuck off. You're not in class. So whatever. And he said, oh, I have COVID, which is like the most common excuse for like, oh, I'm not showing up to class. Like, COVID doesn't exist. It was a pharmaceutical lie.
They're saying, though, be careful, Andrew. Be careful.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Be careful. Because now I guess they've said that it can be treated like the normal flu.
Oh.
This is the latest thing. Now, anyway, that's what I heard. I don't know. I hear shit all over the place. I just look at it like this, man. Whatever. Okay. If I get sick, that's my responsibility. If I don't get sick, that's also my responsibility.
No, it's just like, hey, I drank too much last night. Oh, I have COVID all of a sudden. I can't show up to class.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm
Or-
sure people are going to use that for an excuse because it's been such an easy one, you know?
Yeah, it's an easy out.
Yeah. So that's horseshit.
Yeah, and
Anyway, I
also
gotta
I've been
say,
looking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Just on this topic, really quickly. There's also something called the nocebo effect.
Okay.
Have you guys are familiar with the placebo?
Yeah.
Well, there's a some say the ugly cousin. It's called the nocebo effect.
Yeah. Planting the
And
idea in their mind. Yeah.
you plant, yes, just
Yeah.
a negative thought, it can manifest.
Yep.
Wait,
It's easy to do. That's
nocebo?
why
Like
that's
placebo?
why don't
Yeah.
accept other people's shit, man. You know?
The nocebo effect is
I gotta
very
look that one up.
dangerous.
All right, that might be a
Yes.
good trivia question for me to add in. Okay, because
Great.
it goes kind of into like when people have that Munchausen, not Munchausen. Yeah, it's Munchausen syndrome. Like when people think that they're actually sick and it causes them to actually be sick,
Yes,
or
yeah.
it's very similar to that. I would assume.
Yes, Dr. What's his name? Bruce Lipton, PhD. He was one of the he looked into STEM research really early on. He was the one that I looked in, was researching, and he covers the nocebo effect in his biology of belief lecture. It's really fascinating. It showed he had evidence that showed people who had such a strong belief, like those in the Baptist Christian church, they had rattlesnake poison administered to their body and it had zero effect. I haven't verified, but feel free to check it out. It's called Biology of Belief. He's not Christian.
Listen, I believe it. I believe it, man. That's
Absolutely.
why I tell people, I say, despite what they say, ladies, do not check yourself for lumps. Just be familiar with your body. If you are checking for something, you are eventually going to find it because you'll manifest it. So by all means, examine your whole body, be familiar with your body, but do not look for things, because if you do
And
look
also,
for things,
I
you will
would
find
agree.
it.
And also have a wonderful man that is able to check for that for you, because I don't think a single man is going to say no.
Well said.
No, in fact, they'll probably sing "Thanks for the memory." All right, I will close it out with that. That's good
Thank
enough.
you guys. It was fun. Thank you for letting me hang here with you guys.
All right, guys. Thank you very much
on,
for having me
guys.
on.
Much
Thanks
love.
for coming up, guys. All right, I'm going to sign it out here. And don't forget to join that trivia show. Let me see. Do I got the link? I'm going to put it back in here again one more time for everybody. Go ahead and go over there and set a reminder for that for yourself. Subscribe to the channel. There's a cool dude, man. Melodome rocks. Okay. I don't care what y'all say about him. Melodome rocks. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody likes him. He's a good guy. I want to thank everybody for coming up here tonight. I think it was a good debate. And it shows the Achilles heel of the Globers. So until next time, folks, don't forget, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him. Probably kill you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Y'all have a great evening.